Nearly 120 to 160 pounds, while keeping the same usable energy. For a sub 3,000-pound compact Tesla, that weight reduction changes everything. Acceleration improves, handling tightens, and efficiency climbs just from cutting mass alone. And then there's range. With aerodynamic drag expected to fall in the 0.23 to 0.25 CD band and a smaller frontal area compared to Model 3, even a 48 kilowatt-hour semi-solid pack could deliver 275 to 310 miles on the EPA cycle. In real-world highway driving, at a steady 65 miles per hour, drivers could still expect 230 to 250 miles, a number that finally makes a budget Tesla practical for suburban commuters and long-distance highway users who don't have home charging. Charging is another major upgrade. Solid-state materials handle heat differently. They don't swell like liquid electrolytes. That stability allows for higher peak charging currents. Early modeling shows that a semi-solid Tesla pack might safely accept 210 to 240 kilowatts on V3 superchargers. And once V4 stations roll out, peak bursts could reach 280 kilowatts under ideal temperatures. For drivers, that means going from 10% to 70% in roughly 12 to 14 minutes, shaving nearly a third off current LFP charging times. But where the solid-state architecture really shines is safety and cycle life. Without a flammable liquid electrolyte, thermal runaway becomes dramatically harder to trigger. In internal testing done by suppliers in 2025, punctured semi-solid cells heated to well over 480 degrees Fahrenheit without entering uncontrolled ignition. And because solid electrolytes degrade more slowly, these packs may sustain 4,000 to 5,000 full cycles, translating to 700,000 to over 800,000 miles before dropping to 80% capacity. How can Model 2 really outperform gas compacts while cutting energy use to record levels? Another massive change coming to the 2026 Model 2 is Tesla's move toward a completely redesigned, ultra-efficient drive unit built specifically for compact EVs. Unlike the larger permanent magnet motors used in the Model Y or the high-output rear units in the Model 3 Performance, The Model 2 appears to be receiving a new generation motor rated in the 110 to 140 kilowatt band, tuned for maximum miles per kilowatt hour rather than brute acceleration. And here's the surprising part. Even with lower peak output, this motor could push the Model 2 from 0 to 60 miles per hour in roughly 6.2 to 6.8 seconds, quicker than nearly every gasoline compact on US roads today, including the Corolla, Civic, and Sentra. Tesla engineers have been experimenting with a new stator design using tighter coil geometry and a refined lamination stack that reduces eddy current losses at cruising speeds. Combined with a smaller, lighter, solid-state battery pack, this new motor could push energy consumption down to 220 to 240 watt-hours per mile on the EPA cycle. For context, that's significantly lower than the Model 3 RWD, which usually sits near 250 to 260 watt-hours per mile, and dramatically lower than many rival compact EVs that struggle to dip below 300. With a lighter drive unit and a compact aerodynamic body sliding under the 0.25 CD barrier, the Model 2 could become one of the most energy-efficient electric cars ever sold in the US market. Even in cold conditions, with Tesla's improved preconditioning and semi-solid-state thermal stability, winter efficiency loss may shrink to the equivalent of 25 to 35 miles of range instead of the 50 to 70-mile drops older EVs experienced, and the savings extend beyond electricity. Key suppliers in Germany and Texas suggest that Tesla is working to reduce copper use inside the motor by roughly 18 to 22 pounds per unit, replacing part of the internal windings with a more tightly formed, shorter loop design. Copper remains one of the most expensive materials in EV motors, and cutting even 15 or 20 pounds from each drive unit can save millions annually once production hits the projected 600,000 to 800,000 unit per year scale. Noise is another area where the Model 2 may surprise people. Previous Tesla motors often produced a signature high-frequency whine at specific RPM ranges, particularly noticeable between 40 and 55 miles per hour. The new motor reportedly uses a modified skew angle in its rotor to suppress harmonic resonance. This could make the Model 2 one of the quietest compact EVs in its class. But the biggest advantage of this drive unit is reliability. Fewer moving parts, reduced copper loads, lower thermal strain, and a narrower RPM band mean fewer failure points across the vehicle's lifetime. If Tesla's projections hold, the Model 2 motor could reach 600,000 miles before requiring major service. How can a low-cost EV still deliver premium comfort, crash protection, and smarter autonomy in 2026? The third major shift for the 2026 Model 2 is inside the cabin and behind the safety systems that keep the vehicle on the road. Early internal documents hint that Tesla is moving away from the heavy, multi-layered dashboards used in the Model 3 and Y, replacing them with a structural crossbeam that cuts 14 to 19 pounds from the upper cabin and frees up more legroom in a car expected to measure only 171 to 178 inches bumper to bumper. The Model 2's revised interior is expected to feature a slightly smaller infotainment display in the 10.5 to 11.0 inch range, offering the same interface speed and voice control as the larger Teslas without the cost of a 15-inch panel. The new infotainment computer, built on a next-gen AMD embedded platform, is projected to deliver up to 35% faster UI response while drawing less power. A meaningful improvement when every watt matters in a compact EV. Safety also gets a substantial upgrade. Because the Model 2 uses a semi-solid state pack that holds its shape better during deformation, Tesla can reinforce the lower crash rails and door structures without adding extra weight. Engineers in the Fremont Crash Group have been modeling side impact loads comparable to the 3,300-pound Honda Civic, even though the Model 2 may weigh nearly 300 to 350 pounds less. In practical terms, this could give the Model 2 a structural stiffness advantage rarely seen in entry-level EVs. But the most controversial interior change is the rumored elimination of the traditional stalks and gear selectors, similar to the updated Model 3. Instead, Tesla may bring a simplified steering interface with capacitive touch zones and a predictive gear selection system that uses surroundings, incline, and driver habits to choose drive or reverse automatically. Older drivers may need time to adapt, but Tesla believes removing dozens of mechanical parts reduces long-term failure points and cuts cabin production time by an estimated 40 to 55 seconds per vehicle, a critical gain when scaling up a high-volume car. Just as significant is the new software economic model Tesla plans for the Model 2. Instead of forcing drivers into expensive packages, Tesla may finally split its driver assist tiers into more affordable upgrades. A revised autopilot daily driver pack, priced far below the current full self-driving package, could give Model 2 owners lane centering, smart adaptive cruise, and limited automated passing, features that actually matter in U.S. freeway conditions. Tesla also appears to be planning a new cabin sensor array, smaller, cheaper, but smarter. The system uses an updated RGBIR camera module capable of tracking driver fatigue at night without the need for high-power IR blasting. This keeps power draw tiny while helping Tesla meet stricter NHTSA requirements expected to roll out between 2026 and 2027. Finally, for comfort, an area where budget EVs often fail, Tesla is testing a compact heat pump system derived from the Model Y's logic, but miniaturized to fit the Model 2's smaller front compartment. Early predictions suggest it may achieve 10 to 14 degrees Fahrenheit, better winter heating efficiency than older systems, directly helping the solid-state battery maintain range during cold months. For buyers in northern U.S. states, this alone could be a reason to choose the Model 2 over competing compacts from Nissan or Hyundai. Solid-state battery technology has long been one of the most discussed topics in the electric vehicle world, with many surveys showing that about 76% of users say this is the technology they are most interested in. Tesla has now revealed that its own solid-state version will make its first appearance on the Model 2 in 2026, instead of a more expensive flagship model. This raises several questions about Tesla's strategy. Why would the company place the hottest battery technology into its cheapest car? And how does solid-state on the Model 2 differ from the familiar LFP pack in terms of driving range, durability, fast charging capability, and total ownership cost over 10 to 15 years? What forces pushed Tesla to put solid-state batteries into the Model 2? In the 2026 landscape, the Tesla Model 2, equipped with a solid-state battery, arrives at the exact moment when the market is tightening pressure on Tesla from both directions. On the lower end, Chinese brands are driving electric vehicle prices downward at an aggressive pace. The BYD Seagull is the clearest example. It is a small car priced from roughly $7,800 to a little over $11,000, while still delivering about 300 to more than 400 kilometers of range under domestic testing. For many urban users, this meets daily commuting needs at a cost far below the estimated $15,000 price of the Model 2. At the same time, China is pushing LFP battery technology into a new phase of ultra-fast charging. Cattle's Shenzhen line claims it can add about 400 kilometers of range in roughly 10 minutes and reach more than 700 kilometers total in certain configurations. This means buyers spending only $10,000 to $12,000 can enjoy a refueling experience similar to a quick gasoline stop. If the Tesla Model 2 in the same general price bracket still relies on older LFP technology that needs 20 to 30 minutes to reach 80%, it risks being perceived as more expensive and less convenient. This is the first major factor pushing Tesla to consider a next-generation battery for the Model 2 instead of continuing to depend on 4680 and LFP. On the opposite side of the market, Japan and Europe are lifting expectations by advancing solid-state battery development. Toyota and partners such as Sumitomo Metal Mining aim to commercialize solid-state cells between 2027 and 2028. focusing first on high-end Lexus models priced around $80,000 or more. These vehicles are intended to achieve longer range, faster charging, and higher safety than liquid-based lithium-ion batteries. Meanwhile, Stellantis and Factorial are developing FEST solid-state cells with around 375 watt-hours per kilogram that can charge from about 15% to more than 90% in roughly 18 minutes, planning deployments beginning in 2026 on models such as the electric Dodge Charger Daytona. Solid-state technology is therefore being positioned as premium technology for high-priced vehicles. When these two pressures meet, Tesla cannot remain passive. Instead of introducing solid-state technology on the Model S or Model X, Tesla is expected to bring it to the Model 2 because this is the company's highest volume product and directly serves customers who plan to keep their vehicles for 8 to 15 years. This group cares most about total ownership cost, including purchase price, electricity cost, maintenance, and the possibility of battery replacement. If Tesla equips the Model 2 with a high-density solid-state pack of about 35 to 40 kilowatt-hours, the car can still achieve roughly 250 to nearly 300 miles of real-world range due to lower weight and an efficient drivetrain without driving battery costs to impractical levels. Inside the Model 2 solid-state battery and how it differs from LFP. For the Tesla Model 2, the real question is not how promising solid-state technology sounds, but what concrete advantages it creates over LFP. At the $15,000 price point, the Model 2 needs a battery that is light, efficient, durable for more than a decade, capable of competitive fast charging and safe when parked near homes. Switching to solid-state influences all of these factors at once. For range and weight, the core benefit comes from energy density. Most current LFP cells fall between 150 and 180 watt-hours per kilogram. A 40 kilowatt-hour LFP pack can place 230 to 260 kilograms on the cell layer alone, and about 280 to more than 300 kilograms for the full pack. Solid-state designs announced for early production generally aim for 250 to 300 watt-hours per kilogram. With the same 40 kilowatt-hour capacity, cells at about 270 to 280 watt-hours per kilogram weigh only 140 to 150 kilograms, and the complete pack reaches about 180 to 200 kilograms. The pack therefore becomes 80 to 120 kilograms lighter. For a compact vehicle like the Model 2, this mass reduction improves agility, slightly shortens braking distance, and increases real-world range by roughly 5 to 8% without adding capacity. For durability, LFP already performs well with about 1,000 to 2,000 deep cycles, before declining to about 80% of original capacity. With a real-world range of 230 to 250 miles per charge, an LFP Model 2 reaching 1,500 cycles can deliver about 350,000 miles of use. Early generation solid-state targets typically aim for 2,500 to 3,000 cycles. If the Model 2 achieves this level, the cycle life improves by about 50% compared with a 2,000-cycle LFP scenario. This lets Tesla allow more frequent fast charging without restricting power or charging limits to protect long-term battery health. For fast charging, solid-state chemistry provides another advantage. LFP can fast charge, but repeated high power use increases heat and speeds up degradation over many years. Solid-state cells have lower internal resistance across the operating range, which means less heat is generated when high current is applied. Temperature rises more slowly and the system is less likely to trigger power reductions. A 10 to 80% charge time of around 10 to 15 minutes becomes more realistic for the Model 2 while keeping acceptable long-term performance. This allows Tesla to offer a smaller pack while still maintaining a competitive charging experience. Safety is the final factor. Many battery fires begin with liquid electrolytes that vaporize and ignite when overheated, triggering thermal runaway that spreads between cells. Solid-state electrolytes are solid, less volatile, and more resistant to ignition. Thermal runaway becomes harder to initiate under normal conditions. If the Model 2 adopts solid state, Tesla gains a larger safety buffer and can either strengthen protection or reduce weight to improve crash absorption. The overall message to buyers is clear. A solid-state Model 2 can operate for decades with lower risks and a more stable long-term ownership profile. Is the solid-state Model 2 truly cheaper over 10 to 15 years? For buyers of the Tesla Model 2 solid-state variant, the central question is whether owning the car for 10 to 15 years costs less or more than choosing the LFP version or a gasoline car. The answer comes from examining the initial price, yearly operating cost, and long-term resale value. At purchase, the biggest difference comes from battery cost per kilowatt-hour. LFP packs today range from about $100 to $120 per kilowatt-hour. Early solid-state is projected to remain higher at roughly $150 to $200 per kilowatt-hour once volume grows. With a 40 kilowatt-hour pack, an LFP battery costs about $4,000, while a solid-state pack at the upper range reaches about $8,000. Even though solid-state packs need less complex cooling hardware, the Model 2 solid-state version will almost certainly remain several $1,000s more expensive than the LFP version. After the purchase, the main cost is energy. If the Model 2 averages about 4 miles per kilowatt-hour and electricity during off-peak hours is around $0.12 per kilowatt-hour, each mile costs roughly 3 cents. A gasoline car that achieves about 30 miles per gallon with gasoline priced at $3 per gallon costs about 10 cents per mile. At 12,000 miles a year, the Model 2 uses about 3,000 kilowatt-hours, which costs around $360. The gasoline vehicle uses about 400 gallons, which costs about $1,200. The yearly difference of roughly $800 becomes about $8,000 over 10 years, and around $12,000 over 15 years. Solid state does not dramatically change these electricity costs, but its lighter pack helps reduce efficiency loss as the battery ages. The biggest financial difference between LFP and solid state lies in long-term degradation. LFP is usually rated for about 1,000 to 2,000 useful cycles before dropping to roughly 80% capacity. Solid state typically targets 2,500 to 3,000 cycles. The goal is not to extend range temporarily, but to lower the probability that owners will ever need a full battery replacement. For a $15,000 vehicle, this is a major concern. A higher cycle life makes it far less likely that the battery becomes a costly liability within 10 to 15 years. Resale value is the final piece. Battery condition is the single most important factor for used electric vehicles. A Model 2 with LFP that falls to about 70 to 75% capacity after 12 to 15 years may cause hesitation among used car buyers who expect possible repair costs. If the solid-state version still holds above 80% capacity in the same period and maintains practical range, buyers will feel more confident and pay a higher price. For households with modest budgets who plan to keep the Model 2 for more than a decade, knowing that the car will still retain meaningful value at the end becomes a critical part of the overall financial calculation.
We wanted to really show that an electric car could be the highest performance car in the world.
Elon Musk said that, not as a promise, as a gauntlet. And right now, the 2026 Tesla Model 2 Senior Edition is picking it up. But what if the secret lies in two words you never thought would go together? Dual motors and aluminum-ion batteries. You don't hear wrong. So can they really elevate an affordable EV to the level of high-performance machines? 1. How does Model 2's dual-motor torque vectoring hit sub-7 second 0 to 60 miles per hour at under $15,000? Torque vectoring that anticipates your every turn, delivering sports car agility on rain-soaked Florida expressways, all engineered into Tesla's most accessible model yet. That's not marketing speak. That's the Model 2's dual-motor architecture rewriting what entry-level performance means. Start with the front motor. It's precision-tuned for initial thrust, pumping out 155 horsepower and 210 pound-feet of torque. That alone clocks 0 to 60 miles per hour in 6.4 seconds. But here's where it gets technical. Internal dyno tests reveal 22% better low-end efficiency in urban loops. That translates to minimizing battery drain by 12 kilowatt-hours per 100 miles compared to conventional single-drive setups. You're not just getting quick launches. You're getting sustainable quickness that doesn't hemorrhage range every time you merge onto the highway. The rear motor is where the overtaking power lives. It boosts with 185 horsepower and 230 pound-feet of torque for mid-range punch. Integrated together, these motors push top speed to 135 miles per hour while lowering the center of gravity by 27%. Wind tunnel simulations adapted from SAE standards show this reduces lateral sway in wind gusts by 32%. You feel that stability when you're cruising through Wyoming at 80 miles per hour, and a crosswind tries to push you into the next lane. The Model 2 doesn't budge. Now here's the economics that make this feasible. Tesla is utilizing high-pressure casting for motor housings, and costs have plummeted 42% per assembly. Manufacturing models project a $13,900 starting price through optimized supply chains. That includes rare earth-free magnets and condensed power electronics that shave $420 in component expenses. This isn't corner cutting. This is engineering efficiency on an industrial scale. But how about the performance metrics in real-world scenarios? In stop-go New York traffic, dual regenerative braking recovers 32% of kinetic energy, adding 55 miles to range estimates. Skid pad testing hits 0.92 G-forces, showing a 22% edge over similar-priced hybrids. Real-time power allocation enhances dry pavement grip by 18%. You're getting sports sedan handling in a vehicle that costs less than a used Camry. And here's the twist nobody expected: Senior Mode. It modulates torque curves by 16% for velvet-smooth departures, cutting acceleration-induced discomfort. Biomechanical analyses drawing from the Senior Mobility Research Project, 24% reduction in muscle strain during prolonged Texas interstate travel. Adaptive cruise integration adds hands-free ease. Tesla just made the quickest budget EV in America, also the most comfortable for drivers who prioritize smooth operation over raw acceleration. In terms of the cost, the front motor unit costs $1,100 to build. The rear costs $1,300. That's $2,400 total, which is contrasted with high-end equivalents at $5,500. Tesla leverages volume production at 750,000 units annually for 32% profit margins, independent of fluctuating tax credits. They're not subsidizing performance, they're manufacturing it at scale. And this setup also achieves a compelling stability edge in adverse conditions. Vectoring algorithms redistribute torque to mitigate understeer by 37% in slick conditions, per customized traction control data from prototype logging. Envision effortless navigation through crowded California carpool lanes without a second thought. The system adjusts faster than you can react, maintaining composure when roads turn treacherous. What about the weight penalty? Dual motors add 120 pounds, but Tesla compensates with 18% lighter composite subframes. Overall efficiency preserves 4.7 miles per kilowatt-hour. Operational estimates peg daily costs at $0.018 per mile, a 65% savings over mid-size gas sedans based on EIA regional fuel averages. You're spending less per month than most people spend on coffee. Peak combined output hits 385 pound-feet of torque. That enables hill climbs at 15% grades without power fade, 25% faster than budget EVs. Sensor fusion with onboard IMU fine-tunes distribution for a 15% improvement in yaw rate control during evasive maneuvers. When you need to avoid that deer on a Colorado mountain road at night, the Model 2's torque vectoring reacts in milliseconds. Manufacturing scalability backs this up. Assembly line optimizations, including robotic welding for motor mounts, Reduce build time by 20 minutes per vehicle. That supports ramp up to 1 million units by 2027 without quality compromises. Tesla's not making a limited run of special editions. They're industrializing performance. Against the Chevy Bolt EUV, the Model 2's setup offers 15% quicker quarter-mile times at 14.5 seconds, while consuming 10% less energy in mixed cycles, per extrapolated performance modeling. That's not a marginal win. That's a different class of vehicle wearing an entry-level price tag. Before we move forward, does this dual-motor torque vectoring finally make a budget electric vehicle exciting enough to consider as your next car? Let's drop dual motor in the comments if you're convinced this changes everything. 2. How does Tesla Model 2's aluminum-ion battery crush 25,000 cycles in a slim pack? Aluminum-ion in the Tesla Model 2 overturns a long-held assumption in electric vehicles, that ultra-long battery life and rapid recharge speeds only belong in premium models. Lab-validated testing shows 25,800 cycles with just 7% degradation. That extends usable life to 3,250,000 miles. Let that sink in. Electrochemical stress tests quintuple the endurance of lithium-ion counterparts, with failure rates dropping 80% in accelerated aging protocols. This isn't theoretical. These are controlled laboratory conditions replicating decades of abuse, and the aluminum-ion cells barely flinch. Traditional lithium packs start showing significant capacity loss around 1,500 cycles. Aluminum-ion laughs at that number and keeps going for another 24,000. Energy density sits at 370 watt-hours per kilogram. That allows a 370-mile EPA range in a 330-pound module that's 32% more compact than conventional packs. The spatial efficiency enables $220 savings in frame reinforcements because Tesla doesn't need to build as much structure around a smaller battery. You're getting more range in less space while the vehicle costs less to manufacture. That's the trifecta nobody thought was possible at this price point. Specific to the Model 2, the 42 kilowatt-hour nominal capacity delivers 5.0 miles per kilowatt-hour in highway tests. That's exceptional efficiency for a dual-motor setup. Proprietary charging curves simulate 80% replenishment in 12 minutes at 180 kilowatt DC stations, which is a 55% time cut versus entry-level lithium packs. You're spending less time at charging stations than it takes to eat lunch. That eliminates the range anxiety argument completely. Field trial data backs this up with real-world brutality. Rigorous exposures in California's Central Valley recorded flawless performance across 9,000 heat-soaked cycles, maintaining 95% capacity after repeated 120-degree Fahrenheit peaks. Lithium analogs falter at 78% capacity under identical conditions. When summer heat turns your car into an oven, aluminum-ion chemistry doesn't care. It keeps delivering full power while lithium packs start thermal throttling and losing capacity permanently. And about the performance delivery, the pack sustains unwavering 330 kilowatt discharge for repeated 5.8 second 0 to 60 miles per hour launches without voltage sag. Impedance modeling confirms 10% less internal resistance than standard cells. That means consistent power delivery, whether it's your first acceleration run or your 50th. Lithium packs heat up and start limiting output. Aluminum-ion maintains full thrust because the chemistry handles high discharge rates without thermal runaway risks. Senior mode receives significant benefit from this chemistry. Senior mode integration employs predictive algorithms to conserve 12% more energy for extended outings. Telematics provides proactive health diagnostics that alert drivers before issues develop. This aligns with senior surveys indicating 78% prioritize battery predictability for peace of mind. You're not guessing about the remaining range. The system tells you exactly what's available and optimizes consumption to maximize distance. For drivers who need reliability over raw performance, this is the feature that matters most. And now, let's make a vote. Which advantage of the aluminum-ion battery matters most to you? Let's show your choice by commenting number 1 if you prefer the ultra-long lifespan, number 2 if it is the ultra-fast charging, number 3 if the stable performance in extreme temperatures satisfies you, or number 4 if you want a lower long-term cost. Let's see how many of you share the same choice in the comments.
The best part is no part. The best process is no process.
For nearly a decade, Tesla has followed one simple engineering truth. When fewer things can fail, fewer things need fixing, and car ownership moves closer to costing almost nothing. How does Tesla's zero-defect manufacturing make a car that rarely breaks? The Tesla Model 2 production line is built around an unusually dense quality control network with about 1,800 sensors. These sensors track bolt torque, vibration, frame deviation, and body panel alignment in real time. Every time a robot tightens a bolt or installs a module, the system records force, position, and deviation. If anything falls outside tolerance, the line alerts the system or halts immediately. Defects are stopped at their source rather than discovered later when fixing them becomes expensive and risky. A detail most users never look at, but that reveals true manufacturing quality, is panel gap. Traditional cars accept 2.0 to 2.5 millimeters. On the Tesla Model 2, a Vision AI system measures gaps with extremely high precision and maintains them at about 0.4 to 0.6 millimeters. Tighter gaps mean fewer misalignments, less aerodynamic noise, and fewer points where dust or water can slip in. A body assembled this precisely not only looks cleaner, it also reduces long-term risks such as water leaks, rust, loose bolts, or cabin vibrations. Tesla also relies on an advanced statistical process control system known as SPC 2.0. Instead of inspecting finished cars, SPC tracks torque, deviations, vibration, and equipment temperature over time. If a parameter begins drifting toward a limit, even before crossing it, the system flags it and engineers intervene early. This proactive monitoring cuts post-production issues by 50 to 70%, reducing the number of Model 2 owners returning for rattles, leaks, or assembly corrections. Because the Tesla Model 2 is fully electric, the electronics must be flawless. Tesla performs 100% electrical testing on every car. Each unit runs diagnostics on high voltage lines, the 12-volt system, sensors, and control modules. Any miswired connector or abnormal signal is detected inside the factory. The vehicle then enters a water test chamber following the JIS severe rain standard, where 2 hours of simulated heavy rain is sprayed across the roof, doors, windows, and panel gaps. Engineers watch for even a single droplet entering the cabin. If they see one, the car leaves the main line for correction. This process nearly eliminates one of the most frustrating long-term failures: interior water intrusion. Finally, Tesla pays close attention to two components that age poorly on many cars, doors, and seats. The Model 2 uses specialized robots to align both at a micrometer scale. Robots measure hinge parallelism, opening force, and seat rail torque. This precise calibration prevents sagging doors and loose seats years down the line. For owners, this is the difference between a car that still shuts smoothly after a decade and one that requires lifting the door just to close it. If you could choose just one of Tesla's quality control technologies for every other automaker to adopt immediately, which would it be? A, the 1,800 sensor network. B, the Vision AI panel gap system. C, the SPC 2.0. Or D, the JIS severe rainwater test. Comment your pick below. What makes the aluminum-ion battery a 2 million mile, zero replacement power core? In the EV world, battery life largely defines the value of the vehicle. Tesla claims the aluminum-ion pack in the Model 2 is engineered for 1 to 2 million miles, and what matters most is how this is achieved. A battery with such longevity must survive thousands of charge cycles, resist material fatigue, and remain stable across extreme climates, something most lithium packs still struggle with. A major advantage of aluminum-ion chemistry is its exceptionally high cycle life. While lithium batteries often show noticeable degradation after 1,000 to 2,000 cycles, aluminum-ion cells can endure 8,000 to 10,000 cycles while preserving most of their capacity. In real-world terms, this translates to a lifespan that easily outlasts the vehicle without requiring replacement. This long life is supported by a tri-layer mesh anode. During fast charging, ions move rapidly and exert heavy pressure on the anode. Instead of cracking or deforming, the three mesh layers flex slightly and distribute this force more evenly, reducing internal stress and enabling the cell to withstand repeated fast charging, one of the most demanding conditions for any battery. Temperature resilience further strengthens reliability. Lithium batteries often lose efficiency or degrade in extreme climates. Aluminum-ion cells, however, operate across a wide window from -30 to over 50 degrees Celsius, allowing the Tesla Model 2 to perform consistently from northern winters to southern heat. Material choice also plays a major role. Aluminum is cheaper, easier to recycle, and far more abundant than lithium. This stable supply helps Tesla produce a durable battery without relying heavily on volatile mineral markets, keeping Model 2 pricing competitive. Safety is another critical advantage. Aluminum-ion chemistry is highly resistant to thermal runaway, the chain reaction responsible for battery fires. If a fault occurs, the cell generates mild localized heat and stabilizes rather than escalating. This improves user safety and reduces long-term repair or insurance risks. Why does a 50,000-ton gigapress create a body that lasts 30 years? When looking at the Tesla Model 2, its minimalistic shape hides one of Tesla's biggest engineering changes. Using a 50,000-ton gigapress to cast nearly the entire lower body as a single structure. Traditional frames are built from hundreds of metal pieces, which creates many joints that can loosen, rust, or crack. Casting such a large section in one shot removes these weak points entirely. A normal vehicle body contains 300 to 400 welds. Every weld is a potential stress point that endures twisting forces, road vibration, and temperature swings. With the 50,000-ton casting method, the Model 2 needs only about 12 welds, reducing the risk of structural cracking by as much as 95%. This is one of the main reasons the Model 2 can stay structurally sound for decades. A key measure of long-term durability is torsional rigidity. The Tesla Model 2 reaches roughly 65,000 to 70,000 Newton-meters per degree of twist. This is about 230% higher than the already stiff Model Y. Higher rigidity means the body flexes less when hitting potholes or uneven surfaces, helping door alignment, window seals, dashboard mounts, and seat rails stay in place for many years without developing creaks or misfit panels. Tesla also protects the cast frame with an advanced anti-corrosion layer called GigaGalv Ultra. This coating can resist rust for about 25 to 30 years, even in states that rely heavily on road salt during winter. Preventing corrosion is essential because rust is one of the leading causes of frame weakness in older cars. The single-piece casting also reduces the amount of vibration transmitted into the cabin. Cars built from many panels have many metal joints, and each joint can transfer noise and vibration. The Model 2's cast structure cuts vibration by around 28%. With lower vibration, components attached to the frame such as hinges, seats, dashboards, and electronic modules experience less fatigue and therefore last significantly longer. Which physical components make this car practically maintenance-free for life? When discussing long-term maintenance costs, the parts that quietly drain the budget are not high-tech systems, but small mechanical components that age with use. This is why Tesla redesigned many of these wear-prone parts on the Model 2, allowing the vehicle to operate for decades with almost no garage visits. The suspension system is one of the clearest examples. Traditional rubber bushings often need replacement after only tens of thousands of miles because they deform under compression and twisting. Tesla replaces these with an elasto-composite suspension structure made from elastic polymers and reinforcing fibers. This combination reduces friction, prevents thermal aging, and allows suspension modules to last roughly 500,000 to 800,000 miles without new bushings. A suspension that durable keeps the Tesla Model 2 stable and prevents the squeaks and vibrations commonly found in older vehicles. Another key component is the wheel bearing. Gasoline cars rely on steel bearings that gradually wear from heat and load. The Model 2 instead uses hybrid ceramic lube bearings that pair ceramic balls with a specialized steel race and heat-resistant lubricant. Ceramic balls are lighter, smoother, and resist deformation, helping the bearings maintain smooth rotation for extremely long periods. Their lifespan ranges from about 300,000 to 500,000 miles, improving durability, reducing noise, and increasing efficiency. Door hinges are also a hidden source of maintenance. Many cars develop sagging doors as hinges wear out. Tesla addresses this with an anti-sag alloy offering far greater strength than traditional steel. Tested for 300,000 open-close cycles, these hinges maintain alignment for around 30 years, ensuring Tesla Model 2 doors stay tight and smooth. The Model 2 shows what happens when every layer of a vehicle, from its manufacturing line to its battery chemistry and mechanical hardware, is redesigned to eliminate failure instead of simply managing it. The result is a car that ages slowly, costs almost nothing to maintain, and reshapes what long-term ownership can mean. It is Tesla's clearest vision of durability, made real. If you're tired of shelling out for gas guzzlers and endless repair bills, Tesla's latest move is about to flip the script on car ownership.
I mean, Elon's a visionary, somebody who continues to just push the boundaries, looking for a future that we really want to aspire to be in.
That's what Tesla's chief designer Franz von Holzhausen said. As we hit December 2025, Elon Musk's crew has finally cranked up the production line for the Model 2 at Giga Texas, promising an EV that slashes costs so low it could make traditional car expenses a thing of the past. But how exactly did Tesla pull this off? What changed inside the new Model 2 line that allowed them to slash manufacturing time from hours to minutes? How is the Tesla Model 2's $14,999 starting price set to crush rivals, like the $26,595 Chevy Bolt EUV? Tesla's Model 2 is hitting the scene as the ultimate budget EV, clocking in at a base price of just $14,999 before incentives, according to fresh leaks from Fremont factory insiders. That's not some pie-in-the-sky figure. Elon Musk confirmed during the Q4 2025 earnings call that this compact crossover undercuts the market by leveraging next-gen battery tech and streamlined design. Compare that to the Chevy Bolt EUV, which starts at $26,595 for its 2025 model year, and you're looking at an immediate $11,596 pocketed right off the lot. Or take the Nissan Leaf at $28,140. The Model 2 shaves off over $13,000 while packing similar urban utility. But the real kicker? Apply the federal $7,500 EV tax credit, and effective cost drops to $7,499 for qualifying buyers, making it cheaper than many used gas cars on Craigslist. Tesla achieves this by ditching unnecessary frills. The Model 2 measures about 170 inches long, shorter than the Model 3's 184 inches, with a wheelbase of 110 inches for nimble city handling. It seats 5 comfortably, offers 20 cubic feet of cargo space behind the rear seats, expanding to 45 with them folded, and weighs in at around 3,200 pounds, lighter than the Bolt's 3,680 pounds, which boosts efficiency. Power comes from a single motor rear-wheel drive setup, delivering 200 horsepower and 250 pound-feet of torque, sprinting 0 to 60 miles per hour in under 7 seconds. dual motor all-wheel drive variants bumped that to 300 horsepower for $18,999, still undercutting the Bolt's single trim. Battery-wise, it's fitted with a 53 kilowatt-hour LFP pack from CATL, good for 250 miles of EPA range on the base model, 250 miles of EPA range on the base model, or up to 300 miles on higher trims, matching the Bolt's 259 miles, but with faster 150 kilowatt DC charging that hits 80% in 25 minutes versus the Bolt's 38 minutes. This pricing strategy isn't guesswork. Tesla's supplier bids last year targeted 10,000 weekly units, scaling to 520,000 annually by 2026. Against BYD's Seagull, priced at $9,700 in China but unavailable stateside, the Model 2 positions Tesla as the US affordability king. Early testers report a minimalist interior with a 15-inch central touchscreen handling all controls, no physical stocks, and over-the-air updates that keep software fresh without dealer visits. For tech-savvy drivers, this means seamless integration with Tesla's app for remote preconditioning and navigation. Features that add $2,000 plus as options on competitors like the Hyundai Kona Electric at $32,675. Shifting gears to the heart of this breakthrough, Tesla's production wizardry is what makes these numbers possible, turning assembly into a high-speed symphony that's light years ahead of old-school Detroit lines. How is Tesla's unboxed production line at Giga Texas slashing assembly time? Forget conveyor belts dragging cars through endless stations. Tesla's unboxed manufacturing process at Giga Texas is revolutionizing how EVs roll off the line, clocking in a Model 2 from start to finish in under 45 minutes. That's half the time of traditional methods, like Ford's F-150 line that takes 90 minutes per truck. The secret? Parallel sub-assemblies where front, rear, sides, and underbody are built simultaneously in dedicated zones, then snap together like Lego bricks in a final merge. Each station handles tasks in just 19 seconds, per Musk's declarations in recent factory tours, compared to the industry average of 60 to 90 seconds seen at GM's plants. This efficiency stems from robotic arms, over 1,000 per line, handling 95% of welding and painting, reducing human intervention to quality checks. Giga Texas, spanning 10 million square feet, dedicates 2 million to Model 2 lines, with initial output at 200 vehicles per day ramping to 2,000 by mid-2026. Cost savings are massive. The unboxed method cuts floor space by 50%, needing only 1,000 square feet per vehicle versus 2,000 for linear lines, and trims labor costs by 40% through automation. Tesla's 4680 battery cells, produced on-site at 20 gigawatt-hours annual capacity, integrate directly into structural packs, eliminating 370 parts compared to the Model 3's setup. This drops battery costs to $50 per kilowatt-hour, half of 2020 levels, enabling that sub-$15,000 price. Toyota's lines average 50 vehicles per hour. Tesla aims for 100, potentially producing 500,000 Model 2s yearly by 2027, dwarfing Volkswagen's ID.2 projected 200,000 units at $27,000 each. How many tons of aluminum does one gigapress save Tesla on every single Model 2 body? While the unboxed process steals most headlines, the real unsung hero quietly crushing the competition is the latest generation 9,000-ton gigapress that Tesla just fired up on the Model 2 line at Giga Texas. For reference, the original 6,000-ton presses used on the Model Y cast the rear underbody in one single piece. The new 9,000-ton monsters go bigger. They swallow 180 pounds of molten aluminum in one shot and spit out the entire rear floor plus side rails in a single 90-second cycle, replacing what used to be 72 separate stamped parts and 1,600 welds on a traditional compact car. That single casting weighs 138 pounds when it comes out, cuts 44 pounds of structural weight versus the old multi-piece design. and shaves roughly $18 off the per vehicle cost in materials and labor alone. Do the math across a planned 520,000 unit annual run, and you're looking at Tesla saving north of $9 million a year, just on the rear casting, not counting the front casting that's now handled by a second 9,000-ton press, doing another 60-plus parts in one hit. Cycle time is insane. 19 seconds to inject, 45 seconds to cool and extract. Then the die opens and the robot grabs the next red-hot piece. That's less than 2 minutes from liquid metal to finished structural component, compared to the 12 to 15 minutes it takes legacy automakers to stamp, weld, and rivet the equivalent assembly. Tesla runs 4 of these 9,000-ton beasts on the Model 2 line alone, 2 front, 2 rear, giving the factory a theoretical capacity of roughly 120 complete structural sets per hour before you even count the side and roof assemblies. The ripple effect is brutal for competitors. A comparable Honda Civic body in white uses over 400 separate pieces and 3,000 welds. The Model 2 does it with fewer than 30 major castings and under 400 welds total. That's why Tesla's structural rigidity numbers are coming in at 38,000 Newton meters per degree, better than a Porsche 911 GT3. While still dropping curb weight to that featherweight 3,200-pound target. How could owning a Tesla Model 2 with 300-mile range and zero gas needs save you? Imagine ditching $200 monthly gas bills forever. The Model 2's all-electric setup with home charging at 12 cents per kilowatt hour costs just 40 cents per mile versus 15 cents for a gas car like the Honda Civic. Over 12,000 annual miles, that's $480 in electricity against $1,800 in fuel, pocketing $1,320 straight away. Add low maintenance, no oil changes, fewer brake replacements thanks to regenerative braking, and Tesla estimates $3,000 saved over 5 years compared to the Civic's $4,500 upkeep. The 300-mile range on premium trims means fewer stops. Base models hit 250 miles, still beating the Civic's 400-mile tank, but without emissions or $50 fill-ups. Real-world tests show 4.5 miles per kilowatt-hour efficiency, so a full charge runs $6.36 at home rates, covering what a 30 miles per gallon Civic needs $45 in gas for. Factor in no transmission fluid or belts, and lifetime costs drop to 25 cents per mile, undercutting the industry's 60 cents average. Autonomy amps it up. Standard full self-driving hardware enables supervised autopilot, potentially reducing insurance by 20% or $300 yearly via Tesla's data-driven policies. Project 500,000 miles without major repairs, thanks to over-the-air fixes that resolved 80% of issues remotely in 2025 fleets. Against the Ford Mustang Mach-E at $42,995 with $0.06 per mile costs, Model 2 saves $720 annually on energy alone. So what do you guys think? Will the Model 2's range and autonomy convince you to switch from gas? How much would you save ditching fuel bills? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Elon Musk once emphasized.
And then I think it's also important to reason from first principles rather than by analogy.
For a low-cost vehicle that is expected to sell in the millions like the Model 2, that mindset becomes a mandatory foundation. Traditional automotive technology is no longer enough to solve the limitations of durability, experience, and cost, which forces Tesla to look toward the solution stack that has already been battle-tested in the harshest environment of all, SpaceX. The same principles that keep rockets operating stably and efficiently are being transformed inside the Model 2 in a way very few expected, unlocking features that mainstream cars have never had. This fusion of two engineering worlds is why the Model 2 Senior Edition becomes a uniquely promising variant. 1. Gullwing canopy. One of the most surprising elements of the Tesla Model 2 Senior Edition is its full roof gullwing canopy. This feature is not a design trick created to stand out. It comes from the same engineering method SpaceX uses for the Crew Dragon capsule. The capsule canopy is built as a seamless composite shell molded under high pressure with tolerances as tight as 0.15 to 0.2 millimeters. Even at this size, the structure survives extreme heat differences, strong vibration, and constant pressure changes. Because Tesla and SpaceX share a unified composite production chain, this manufacturing expertise can be transferred to the Model 2 without repeating years of development. The robots that once handled large Falcon rocket panels now shape the composite sections of the Model 2 with similar accuracy. When this precision is combined with Tesla's structural battery pack, floor rigidity increases by roughly 22%. That stiffness allows Tesla to remove the traditional B-pillar, something most automakers cannot do, while still maintaining a torsional resistance of about 25 kilonewtons. Only with this strength can a large upward opening canopy remain stable throughout the vehicle's lifespan. This mechanical foundation supports a single-piece canopy that opens with aviation-grade electric actuators. The system uses a linear motion approach inspired by SpaceX hardware, but adapted for a composite panel that weighs around 28 to 32 kilograms on the Model 2. Each actuator delivers 1,200 to 1,500 newtons of force, which is enough to lift the canopy even when the car is parked on an incline or exposed to crosswind. When opened, the absence of a B-pillar reveals the entire cabin as one uninterrupted space. Passengers step in easily without bending or twisting in the way required by conventional doors. Real-world results confirm the impact. Entering and exiting the Model 2 becomes easier by 40 to 60%, depending on height. When closed, the seamless panel reduces wind noise by around 1.5 to 2 decibels in common driving speeds. Removing metal reinforcements and optimizing composite parts reduces total mass by 18 to 25 kilograms, adding roughly 6 to 8 kilometers of range per charge. The actuators are tested for more than 100,000 cycles, providing long-term reliability. 2. Self-distributing battery. When examining the battery technology of the Tesla Model 2 Senior Edition, the most compelling detail is how closely it mirrors the behavior of the Falcon 9 during launch. On the Falcon 9, SpaceX does not treat the battery as a single block. Instead, it monitors voltage, current, and temperature of each individual cell to distribute load precisely during every phase of flight. This keeps each cell within a safe operating zone, prevents hotspots, and ensures reliable performance even under extreme conditions. Tesla can apply this principle because modern EV packs already include sensors for each cell or very small cell groups. This allows the battery management system to read accurate data in real time. Tesla's BMS is designed with predictive algorithms that operate much like Falcon 9's load distribution logic. Using information about temperature, voltage, and driving behavior, it decides which cells should ease load, which can supply more current, and when the pack should balance itself to reduce stress. Once implemented in the Model 2 Senior Edition, the system distributes current not only by temperature but also by road type, driving speed, and user habits. If a cell warms faster than expected, the BMS reduces current through that cell and shifts the load to others in better condition. If the driver follows the same route daily, the BMS learns the pattern and optimizes current flow to limit energy waste. In cold conditions, it applies just enough current adjustment to keep cell temperatures within ideal ranges. These precise adjustments generate meaningful real-world benefits. Cell wear decreases by about 22%, which lengthens battery lifespan without changing its chemistry. Driving range improves by 5 to 10%, due to lower internal losses. Preventing localized overheating also keeps acceleration consistent and reduces sudden voltage drops during high-demand situations. 3. Self-regulating thermal system. When people talk about the Tesla Model 2, they usually focus on its price, compact design, or smart features. However, one system operates quietly behind the scenes and has a major impact on comfort and long-term durability. This is the self-regulating thermal system, built on the same control principles SpaceX uses for the Crew Dragon spacecraft. Its origin in an environment that must handle extreme temperature shifts gives the Model 2 a strong advantage. Crew Dragon relies on active thermal management. The spacecraft constantly predicts temperature changes and directs coolant flow to keep the cabin and electronics stable, even when external conditions vary by hundreds of degrees. Tesla can apply this approach because the two companies share sensor technology and engineering methods. The result is a predictive liquid cooling system with very low error margins, ideal for lithium batteries that perform best between 20 and 40 degrees Celsius. When introduced into the Model 2, this principle turns the thermal system into an intelligent coordinator. The car no longer reacts only after heat builds up or temperatures fall too low. Instead, it analyzes data continuously and anticipates what will happen next. If the vehicle is about to enter a high-power driving segment, the battery is pre-cooled to prevent thermal stress. In cold weather, the system adds just enough warmth to reduce energy loss. Over time, it learns driving routines and adapts to daily schedules. Thanks to this proactive behavior, the Model 2 gains clear benefits. The HVAC and cooling subsystems consume about 14% less energy, giving drivers an additional 20 to 30 kilometers of real-world range. Battery health remains more stable because the system prevents extreme temperature swings. This extends lifespan, reduces long-term maintenance, and helps the car maintain consistent performance even after years of use. 4. Self-adjusting aerodynamics. During the development of the Tesla Model 2, Tesla did not simply shrink its existing platforms. The company introduced technologies normally associated with rockets. One of the most important is the self-adjusting aerodynamic system inspired by the Falcon 9. On the rocket, grid fins change their angles to manage drag and maintain a stable descent, while the vehicle moves through atmospheric layers with shifting density. These fins continue to function precisely even as speed drops from more than 7,000 kilometers per hour to near zero. When this principle is adapted for the Model 2, it becomes the basis for a set of aerodynamic refinements that reduce energy consumption and improve stability without requiring manual operation. Tesla can integrate this system because the Model 2 already carries all sensors needed for real-time aerodynamic adjustment. The vehicle constantly measures speed, lateral acceleration, crosswinds, and road incline, then sends the data to a central controller. This unit operates compact servos with a level of precision similar to the mechanisms SpaceX uses. The idea is consistent. Smaller aerodynamic surfaces reduce drag and save energy. Larger surface angles increase downforce for more stability. With this foundation, the Model 2 uses retractable mirrors, variable angle spoilers, and adjustable front air inlets. At steady highway speeds, these components retract to smooth airflow around the body. During hard braking or fast cornering, they extend to add grip, creating a stable feel similar to the way Falcon 9 grid fins hold the rocket on its path. All adjustments occur automatically. As a result, lower drag increases driving range by about 5 to 8%, equal to 10 to 15 kilometers per charge depending on battery configuration. Drivers also experience steadier steering in crosswinds and better control on consecutive curves, contributing to a safer and more confident driving experience. 5. Auxiliary power and Starlink. In the world of SpaceX, no spacecraft lifts off with only one plan. Survival in space requires every system to have redundancy, from power to communication. communication. This is why machines like Crew Dragon always carry auxiliary energy sources and Starlink connectivity to ensure that even in worst-case scenarios, the spacecraft remains operational. When examining how Tesla designs its vehicles, it becomes clear that the company is gradually bringing this philosophy down to Earth, especially in its approach to the Model 2. Just like a rocket, an electric vehicle runs entirely on DC power and a centralized control system. This unintentionally makes the car a simplified version of a spacecraft, where energy and communication sit side by side. Tesla has the foundation to implement this. The solar panel can generate DC power that feeds directly into the battery without complicated conversions. Meanwhile, Starlink, although not designed for high bandwidth in vehicles, is ideal for critical tasks such as software updates, navigation, and emergency signaling. When these systems combine, the vehicle becomes more energy efficient and less dependent on traditional telecom infrastructure. Elon Musk recently called the 2026 Tesla Model 2's Senior Edition interior.
I think it's an amazing design.
But what makes it so amazing? Because Musk does not use the word amazing unless something inside the cabin breaks a long-standing rule of automotive ergonomics. And this time it does. Anyone will instantly recognize why that tone in his voice mattered. 1. How does a 19.8-inch interior redesign quietly redefine senior-focused comfort? The moment Tesla's engineers sealed the prototype Model 2's cabin and stepped back to assess their work, they weren't debating the seats or the display. They were staring at a single number that didn't make sense for a vehicle in this price bracket: 19.8 inches. That's the measured expansion Tesla achieved in interior usable reach zones, optimized for every age group but specifically calibrated for seniors. The actual method for this innovation lies in something Tesla calls the compact spatial grid framework, a structural layout that sounds boring until you realize what it actually does. Tesla shifted wiring channels outward by 3 to 5 inches, eliminated 8 legacy support beams from the dash area entirely, and deployed a dual-layer crossmember that carries structural weight without stealing knee and hand clearance. The result is a demonstrated 19.8-inch expanded reach area around the steering column and center controls, verified using the SAEJ 287 seating reference grid, which is the industry standard for measuring driver accessibility. Even more appealing, that redesign produces a 14% reduction in upper body rotation needed to reach buttons and controls. If you've never dealt with limited shoulder mobility, that might sound trivial. But if you're 68 years old with arthritis creeping into your rotator cuff, that 14% is the difference between driving with confidence and driving with pain. Tesla also achieved a 22% reduction in knee-to-dash collision risk during sudden deceleration measured at 25 miles per hour. They did this by using a laminated composite beam that spreads impact force laterally rather than vertically, giving structural strength without intruding into the cabin. It's the same load distribution principle SpaceX uses in low-gravity ground rigs. Tesla didn't just borrow from aerospace engineering. They adapted it for a car that costs less than a used Camry. Every year, it gets a little harder to twist, stretch, and reach inside your car. Tesla seems to have taken that reality seriously. Whether you're dealing with stiffness in your back or reduced grip strength in your hands, the new Model 2 feels like stepping into something built with you in mind, not something you have to fight with every time you adjust the climate or reach for your phone. Does this expanded space matter to you or someone in your family? If this feels like a breakthrough Tesla finally got right, then comment 19.8 inch, so I know you see the same value in this redesign that engineers are celebrating. Let's come to the next change. 2. How does the all-new 34-sensor interior spine redefine senior safety at under $15,000? The most explosive leak from Tesla's development floor isn't about battery range or charging speed. It's about a 34-point interior sensor spine, a compact sensor rail running behind the dash and under both front seats. Tesla isn't stripping features to hit a budget price point. They're adding intelligence where it counts most. But why would Tesla add hardware complexity when the Model 2's target price is supposed to stay under $15,000? The answer cuts straight to the core of Tesla's manufacturing philosophy. This isn't about luxury, it's about reliability. Tesla's engineers are shifting from multi-module interior electronics to a single consolidated backbone. This reduces wiring mass by approximately 30%, increases diagnostic precision by an estimated 45%, and allows Tesla to add dedicated senior-oriented features without inflating cost. Instead of scattering dozens of separate control units throughout the cabin like traditional automakers do, Tesla is running one intelligent spine that does more with less. The 34-sensor spine is expected to measure micro-vibrations in steering input, subtle lane drift tendencies, infrared-based skin temperature readings, and driver posture alignment. Based on industry-standard error margins, a posture reading accuracy of plus or minus 2 degrees is achievable with today's infrared pixel sensors. That level of precision means the car knows when your shoulders are sagging before you do. More importantly, these sensors can detect early signs of microsleep or possible fainting episodes by tracking shoulder sag and grip relaxation in real time. For seniors, that's not a convenience feature. That's a life-or-death differentiator. According to the U.S. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, adults above 65 account for nearly 20% of crash fatalities, despite driving fewer miles than younger age groups. If Tesla can reduce reaction loss incidents by even 15% through early micro-alerts, the Model 2 Senior Edition becomes the first EV that is not only affordable, but preventive. Imagine yourself driving home through Miami or Los Angeles at night. Your hands are feeling a little tired. Your shoulders are slumping without you even noticing. Instead of quietly drifting toward danger, the car catches it first and gently pulls you back to center. No alarm blaring, no embarrassment, just a quiet correction that keeps you safe. For seniors who drive alone or worry about declining steadiness behind the wheel, this is not a feature. It is independence. It's the ability to stay mobile without becoming a statistic. 3. Why does a 13.1-inch floating interface with 200% larger hit zones matter so much for seniors? Why would Tesla enlarge the interface so drastically when so many competitors are shrinking icons to squeeze more features onto a single page? The answer is blunt. Seniors lose an average of 40% of low-light visual acuity by age 65, and fingertip precision drops by roughly 12% to 15%. Tesla appears to have designed directly around that. The Senior Edition interface is expected to replace the standard 32-pixel action tiles with a 90-pixel minimum. That single upgrade is projected to cut tap errors by nearly 70% and reduce menu hunting from an average of 3 layers to roughly 1.5. It means fewer mistakes, fewer glances away from the road, and far less frustration. Tesla is also addressing real driving conditions. Low-contrast text becomes almost illegible for seniors during heavy rain, under glare from oncoming headlights, or at dusk. That is why the Senior Edition layout is expected to boost night mode brightness by an additional 200 nits and adopt large font navigation labels that do not collapse or shrink when alerts appear. Even the voice-first override trims cognitive load because seniors no longer need to memorize menu paths. They simply speak the command when stress spikes. And while many brands reorganize their interface based on context, Tesla seems to be leaning toward a persistent tri-tile layout that keeps navigation, speed visibility, and call control fixed in the same position at all times. Seniors in Florida or Texas who spend hours on long, straight highways will never have to hunt for their tools again. Before we move on, let me hear from you directly. If Tesla had to prioritize only one of these 3 upgrades, what would matter the most to you or your parents? Option 1 is the 90-pixel macro tiles. Option 2 is the brighter 200 at night mode. Option 3 is the persistent tri-tile layout that never moves. Comment below with your number, 1, 2, or 3. and tell me why. Your answers help us reveal which of these features truly hit the mark. 4. How does Tesla's new comfort geometry achieve 18% easier entry and exit for seniors without increasing vehicle size? The first major change appears in the seat rail itself. Instead of sitting flat, the rail now tilts upward by roughly 1.2 degrees toward the exit direction. That may sound small, but in biomechanics, it is enough to shift how your knees track during the stand-up motion. Seniors often struggle because their knees must push their entire body weight upward. A slight change in lift direction reduces the torque applied to the joint, meaning less pain and less hesitation when getting out. The second improvement is in the retracting steering column. Early measurements suggest it pulls back around 1.5 inches farther than previous Tesla models. That creates more clearance for broader torsos, heavier winter coats, and the body proportions common among older Americans in places like New York and Los Angeles. Instead of squeezing your way out, the car gives you real space to rotate your hips naturally. The third major factor is door hinge damping. Tesla appears to have recalibrated it so the door requires about 20% less force to open. This aligns directly with the reduced grip strength adults over 60 often experience. For someone with arthritis or weakened wrists, this does not just feel convenient. It feels empowering, almost like the vehicle is cooperating with you instead of resisting. Combine these three adjustments, and Tesla offers an 18% easier entry and exit motion based on Tesla's biomechanical modeling. And there is one more rumored detail that almost sounds like science fiction until you realize how achievable it is with Tesla's current air cushion systems. A slow rise assist cushion may inflate by about 0.5 inches when sensors detect you preparing to stand up. That tiny lift distributes pressure across your hips and lower back. For seniors in California or New York dealing with chronic pain, that is not a gimmick. It is meaningful relief every time they step out of the car. In 2023, Elon Musk captured Tesla's core philosophy in two simple words: good design on X. This idea goes beyond aesthetics. It reflects Tesla's commitment to creating vehicles that are both highly functional and perfectly suited to the user. Building on this vision, the upcoming 2026 Tesla Model 2 aims to redefine interior comfort with seats imagined to combine durability, ergonomics, and premium materials inspired by SpaceX technology. Despite its affordable price, this EV delivers a driver's command seat engineered to reduce fatigue and maintain perfect posture on long drives. Rear lounge seats, crafted for maximum comfort during extended trips, and integrated child safety seats that ensure both security and ease of use. What makes the Tesla Model 2's driver's seat SpaceX-inspired in comfort and durability? The Tesla Model 2 driver's seat is approximately 6 to 8% wider than the Model 3, increasing the width from 55 centimeters to about 58 centimeters. This adjustment is not merely for a sense of spaciousness, but is based on Tesla's analysis of anthropometric data from millions of middle-aged American drivers, a group often facing back pain or leg numbness during long drives. With a larger contact surface, force is distributed more evenly across the body, significantly reducing concentrated pressure on the spine. In simulations Tesla still conducts when optimizing the Model 2 interior, pressure distribution can reduce by 20 to 25% during drives longer than 2 hours. This is achieved through a backrest height of approximately 65 centimeters and a cushion thickness of 7 centimeters, creating enough contact area to prevent weight from focusing on the lumbar region. For drivers taller than 1.75 meters, the thigh cushion is extended an additional 2 to 3 centimeters to improve blood circulation. Tesla recommends users adjust the distance from the edge of the cushion to the knees by 2 to 3 centimeters, which is the optimal zone to avoid thigh numbness on long trips. A brief adjustment of about 20 minutes before departure allows most drivers to immediately feel the difference. After addressing seat size, the next challenge is maintaining posture stability when the Model 2 operates in situations requiring rapid response. The seat frame uses a side-reinforced structure, with both sides reinforced with high-strength steel. According to lateral load simulations, this frame increases strength by about 15% during sudden steering, keeping the driver's body stable and improving steering precision. The seat adjustment system is designed around a minimalist philosophy, retaining only the essential adjustment directions. A sliding range of 25 centimeters, a backrest tilt of 15 degrees, and a thigh cushion lift of 5 centimeters are sufficient for most American adults to find a natural position without excessive manipulation. All adjustment buttons are clearly grouped by function, making them easy to remember for older users after a few uses. The seat pan is positioned 40 centimeters from the floor, 3 to 4 centimeters lower than a standard seat, reducing knee strain by up to 30% when entering and exiting the car. Quick checks by leaning side to side confirm the frame and sliding rails operate correctly if the seat remains stable and produces no unusual sounds. From the mechanical structure, Tesla moves to long-term durability by applying SpaceX-inspired materials technology. The synthetic leather on the seat is reinforced with thin ceramic fibers, a heat-resistant material used in rocket equipment protection. The goal is not extreme heat resistance, but to ensure the surface does not crack or fade after years of strong sunlight. According to environmental tests Tesla has published on previous vehicles, this leather can maintain durability and color when exposed to temperatures up to 120 degrees Celsius, far above real-world conditions, which rarely exceed 50 degrees Celsius on the seat surface. Beneath the leather is a two-layer foam system with a firm load-bearing layer and a slow rebound memory foam layer that maintains shape while gently cradling the body. In compression cycle tests Tesla regularly conducts, this foam retains its form after more than 100,000 sit and stand cycles, equivalent to over 8 years of use at an average of 30 sits per day. Additionally, the surface has light friction to prevent sliding during acceleration from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in about 6.5 seconds, while small ventilation holes prevent the back from overheating on long drives. What feature do you think matters most for a perfect driver's seat? A. Width, B. Cushioning, or C. Posture support? Comment your pick below. How does Tesla incorporate rocket-engineered innovations to make the Model 2's front passenger seat more comfortable and advanced? The Model 2 front passenger seat is designed with a simple idea. The person next to the driver should not just ride along. They need a private, comfortable space to enjoy the journey. This led the design team to prioritize an airy feel before specifying exact dimensions. The seat width is intentionally set at 56 centimeters, slightly narrower than the driver's seat by about 5% to provide extra space at the hips, making entry and exit natural, especially in tight parking spaces. Legroom is emphasized with a depth of 102 centimeters, 5 centimeters longer than the driver's seat due to the absence of the steering wheel, and the distance to the dashboard is 50 centimeters, about 10% larger than most small electric cars, creating an expanded and comfortable space. Spaciousness is just the starting point. Tesla wants the passenger to feel supported, not just seated. SpaceX inspiration enters the design with a backrest tilt of 2 to 4 degrees, mimicking the posture of astronauts during rocket landing, naturally distributing force across the back and shoulders. A soft landing mechanism functions like the shock-absorbing pistons on the Falcon 9 landing legs, reducing vibrations by about 20% over rough roads. When the seat slides forward and backward by 30 centimeters, users can adjust to their body precisely, similar to how astronauts refine seating positions to prevent fatigue over hours. For materials, Tesla uses a hybrid surface of synthetic leather and breathable mesh, improving airflow by about 25%, providing immediate comfort on hot days. Inside the shell are 2 foam layers, a firm lower layer for torsion support and a soft upper layer for cushioning. The seat cushion has undergone 100,000 compression cycles simulating years of use, preventing permanent sagging common in cheaper cars. A nanodust-resistant coating allows cleaning of the entire surface in about 5 minutes, reflecting Tesla's philosophy of simplifying operation. What design choices in the Model 2 allow its rear passengers to enjoy comfort, stability, and easy access for all ages? The rear seats of the 2026 Tesla Model 2 were developed to meet a very practical yet challenging requirement, accommodating 3 adults comfortably without shoulder collisions or cramped knees. To achieve this, Tesla expanded the bench width to approximately 140 to 145 centimeters, exceeding most small electric cars by 3 to 5%. The backrest height of 63 centimeters provides better head and neck support during trips lasting over 2 hours, significantly reducing strain often caused by low backrests. The completely flat floor, uncommon in this segment, along with the absence of a drivetrain hump, raises leg height by about 5 centimeters, improving posture and making it easier for children to stand, and for adults to enter and exit the vehicle without awkward movements or bending. That's the full picture of Tesla Model 2. Not rumors, not hype, but what the data and manufacturing signals are actually telling us. If Tesla executes this the way they've done before, Model 2 won't just be cheaper. It'll redefine what an affordable EV really means. Let me know in the comments. Is Model 2 something you'd seriously consider, or are you still waiting for proof? Thanks for watching Auto Gear Shift. See you in the next break.
Tech titan Elon Musk is known for being a car guy, a rocket guy, a social media guy, and now he's also a supercomputer guy.
And Elon Musk says Tesla will spend well over $1 billion by the end of 2024 on building an in-house supercomputer known as Project Dojo.
SpaceX reportedly generated $1.4 billion in revenue from Starlink in 2022. In early November 2023, SpaceX CEO Elon Musk announced that Starlink had achieved break-even cash flow.
One of the reasons that Elon Musk has grown so wealthy is not only because Tesla stock has gone up so rapidly, but also because the number of shares that he owns is growing rapidly. Over that 5-year period from 2019 to 2024, that stock went up 1,300%. If that stock continues to go up 100% a year along with his wealth, he will get to trillionaire status by 2027.
You can think what you want to think of Elon. All of the above is valid, but they are ahead.
Elon Musk's SpaceX is known for its frequent launches, which now dominate the space industry. But what many of these rockets are launching is just as important for the company as the launches themselves.
Broadband mega constellation Starlink.
And we saw this garland of little lights, one after another, absolutely perfectly sequenced, and it was Starlink.
Starlink is SpaceX's answer to providing global, high-speed internet coverage using a network of thousands of satellites buzzing around the planet in a region known as low Earth orbit, about 342 miles above the Earth's surface.
While Starlink may be a business unit within the broader SpaceX company, it's seen as crucial to its overall goals of making humanity multiplanetary and exploring bodies like the Moon and Mars, because Starlink is seen as an economic engine for the company.
SpaceX reportedly generated $1.4 billion in revenue from Starlink in 2022. In early November 2023, SpaceX CEO Elon Musk announced that Starlink had achieved break-even cash flow.
Starlink's importance to SpaceX overall as a company is imperative. Euroconsult estimates that optimistically by the end of 2023, this business of Starlink could represent upwards of 40% of SpaceX's overall business. This total would be somewhere in excess of $3 billion generated from Starlink.
SpaceX launched its first batch of Starlink satellites back in 2019, and since then, adoption of the service has ballooned. Starlink now has over 2 million active customers and is available on all 7 continents and in over 60 countries. Starlink has been praised for its ability to connect remote parts of the world that would otherwise not have access to reliable internet. The service has also become indispensable in areas hit by natural disasters and more recently during times of war, particularly the Russia-Ukraine war. Elon Musk has also said, quote, SpaceX will support communication links with internationally recognized aid organizations in Gaza, although Musk said in late October that no Starlink terminal has attempted to connect from Gaza yet. But Starlink's growing influence is garnering condemnation from some who say that Musk is meddling in geopolitics.
A Ukrainian official says that you have enabled Vladimir Putin as an aggressor. What do you say to that?
Meanwhile, the scientific community has its own concerns.
The astronomical community got concerned because the projection of the full constellation of several tens of thousands of satellites in low Earth orbit was immediately seen as an interference to both the optical observation and to radio observation.
But none of this has slowed down SpaceX's ambitions to expand Starlink's service even further. CNBC explores what has led to Starlink's rapid adoption and growing influence. With around 5,000 active satellites now in orbit, Starlink satellites account for the majority of all the world's active satellites.
This growth is uncharacteristic in the sense of its magnitude, whereas prior satellite service providers have ramped up to anywhere at most between 500,000 to a little bit over 1 million subscribers, and this has taken, a 10-year period. Starlink's race to 2 million subscribers has taken only the better part of 2 years.
Experts estimate that the global market for consumer satellite services, including TV, radio, and broadband internet, was worth over $92 billion in 2022. And Starlink could be in a good position to capture a big piece of this market going forward. By design, LEO satellite constellations like Starlink are more flexible than geostationary satellite networks like those operated by legacy satellite internet service providers Viasat and HughesNet.
These satellite service providers have been constrained on capacity. They launch large geostationary satellites that are the size of a minibus, weighing multiple tons, and they last 15 years. So what ends up happening is they have more boom-bust cycles than Starlink, who tends to introduce capacity so far at an unrelenting pace. So they're able to onboard more and more subscribers by continually launching new satellites. For the incumbent players, they're kind of stuck with what they have.
Although initially conceived for the consumer segment, Starlink's offerings have expanded to serve enterprise markets, including the maritime and aviation industries.
Starlink is absolutely witnessing explosive growth in the maritime segment, having captured commitments for over 4,000 vessels by our count as of the third quarter of 2023, and now have confirmed commitments on over 400 commercial aircraft and business aviation aircraft.
SpaceX has also announced plans to offer cellular satellite connectivity to unmodified smartphones, in partnership with several global telecom partners, including T-Mobile in the US. It's a feature Apple introduced in the iPhone 14 in partnership with US satellite operator Globalstar.
Your phone or mine, if they're compatible with the T-Mobile network, they will be compatible with Starlink's direct-to-cell service. So when you exit coverage areas on rural highways, national parks, just areas of poor cellular coverage, you'll be able to automatically roam onto a space-based network extension of T-Mobile's network, essentially.
Another factor that's helped Starlink's rapid growth is the independence with which SpaceX is able to operate.
Starlink is vertically integrated. It makes its own satellites, it launches them, and it's crafted its own service. So it's almost completely disintermediated in terms of suppliers and its distribution channels.
It's a portable system, so when you think about how you connect to Starlink satellites, it's a small antenna or terminal, fairly inexpensive, and all you need to do is plug it into a power source.
But making its equipment user-friendly has not come cheap for SpaceX. Early on, the company faced steep costs to manufacture its consumer antenna. Production was initially estimated to be as high as $3,000 per unit. At the time, SpaceX charged consumers $499 for its equipment, meaning the company was eating a lot of the cost. Since, SpaceX has cut the manufacturing cost of its antenna to under $600 and charges residential customers $599 to buy them. Starlink's ease of use and deployment has made it an indispensable tool in the Russia-Ukraine war.
The big benefit of Starlink and how it's being used in Ukraine today, it is communications. It's providing a pathway for the military, for civilians to stay connected to the outside world. It allows a pathway for the military to communicate with each other and to provide command and control direction to their forces.
SpaceX began offering its Starlink service to Ukraine at the request of Ukraine's digital minister, Mikhailo Fedorov, back in February 2022. Here's Musk reflecting on Starlink's importance at the 2023 Viva Technology Conference in Paris.
Russia had actually taken out all of the satellite communications and all of the ground communications except for Starlink. It was the only one that was still operating. And even today, it is still the only one that is effective at the front lines. And Starlink today is the backbone of the Ukrainian military communications.
One of the other benefits that we're seeing in Ukraine from the use of Starlink is its overall resilience. With thousands of satellites on orbit at any given time, it makes it a lot harder to jam all of those satellites or to target them all. The other benefit is just how agile and quickly they can move. So as Russia has sought to jam Starlink, they've been able to make software updates on the fly to mitigate the effect of that jamming and to keep people connected.
But SpaceX has expressed reservations about how its technology is being used by Ukraine offensively, specifically to coordinate drone strikes. During a conference in Washington, D.C. in February 2023, SpaceX president and COO Gwynne Shotwell said that while the company had been, quote, really pleased to be able to provide Ukraine connectivity and help them in their fight for freedom, she emphasized that Starlink, quote, was never intended to be weaponized. Questions about Starlink's and Elon Musk's outsized influence on the war came to a head when it was revealed that in September 2022, the SpaceX CEO had refused a request by Ukrainian military officials to turn on Starlink service in Crimea, which would have allowed for a sneak drone attack on a Russian naval fleet. According to the author of a recent biography about the tech billionaire, Musk refused to cooperate because he was worried that a Ukrainian attack on Russian vessels would have provoked the Kremlin into launching a nuclear war. The magnitude of his influence is not lost on Musk. At one point, the SpaceX CEO wrote, quote, between Tesla, Starlink, and Twitter, I may have more real-time global economic data in one head than anyone ever.
I think what's important to remember about the use of Starlink in Ukraine is there was not a contract signed with the government or with our U.S. Department of Defense. So there weren't necessarily terms and conditions that Starlink had to meet for the government customer.
In June 2023, the Department of Defense did sign a contract with SpaceX for its use of Starlink in Ukraine. SpaceX has also won a Department of Defense contract worth up to $70 million to make a military-specific version of Starlink called Starshield. Seeing the influence Musk's Starlink may have on geopolitical matters has prompted some countries to invest in their own satellite networks. The European Union has said that it will contribute 2.4 billion euros to help build out a constellation that's expected to reach full capacity by 2027. China is building out its own low Earth orbit satellite internet network after the country made it clear that it didn't want Starlink services being offered to its citizens. Taiwan, wary of Musk's ties to China through his other venture, Tesla, too has expressed interest in a proprietary satellite network to help shield the country from a potential assault from China. SpaceX has said that it eventually wants to launch as many as 42,000 Starlink satellites into orbit. Competitors including Amazon, Eutelsat OneWeb, and Telesat want to launch thousands more satellites. And that's not even counting the several nations planning their own mega constellations.
The concern of the astronomical community is mainly due to the fact that these satellites are very numerous. We are moving from the 2,200 satellites of 2-3 years ago in orbit to something that will be 40,000 or even 100,000 satellites. So for most of the time during the night, these satellites are illuminated by the sun, and so they are visible in the sky, and they interfere with the observation, in particular with photographs that the astronomers take for their research.
This image, taken from a telescope in Chile in November 2019, illustrates the concerns from astronomers. The telescope, meant to see images of distant stars and galaxies, instead captured the light trails of 19 Starlink satellites. Observations from the Hubble Space Telescope, long lauded as a vital research tool for astronomers, have also been affected. Benvenuti says SpaceX has been responsive to concerns from the scientific community. He points to several design changes SpaceX made to its satellites to reduce their brightness, but says more needs to be done.
The final solution is to know exactly for every satellite the precise position in the sky at any time from any observer. And so we are working with the companies to have this information and create a service that can be used by any observer, and they will know when the satellite is crossing their field of view, and they can plan their observation in a way that this disturbance is avoided.
Satellites also pose a threat to radio astronomy.
The interference to the radio observation is a very serious one and very difficult one, because these satellites are there to transmit information toward the ground in microwaves. So the only solution is to switch off the transmission when the satellite is in view of one of the large radio observatory. So what we are trying to do now is to negotiate with the company to have they switch off the transmission when they are over these facilities.
The massive number of anticipated satellites has also led to fears of a proliferation of debris, which some experts worry may eventually render large parts of Earth's orbit unusable. And then there's the potential risks to people on Earth as satellites are deorbited. In the past, SpaceX has said the lifetime of a Starlink satellite is about 5 years, which means satellites must be frequently replaced to maintain service. A recent report by the Federal Aviation Administration, which is responsible for issuing launch licenses for satellites in the US, and nonprofit research group the Aerospace Corporation, predicted that by 2035, Starlink satellites would account for 85% of the risk to aviation and people on the ground from falling space junk. The report went on to say that by 2035, if Starlink satellites did not fully burn up in the atmosphere before falling back to Earth as designed, the FAA expects one person on the planet to be killed or injured every 2 years as a result of Starlink satellite debris. In a letter dated October 9, 2023, SpaceX disputed the report, saying that the report relied on, quote, a deeply flawed analysis that falsely characterizes re-entry disposal risks associated with Starlink. The letter went on to say that a lack of knowledge, a flawed methodology, and an over-reliance on outdated data contributed to, quote, distorted analysis that makes preposterous, unjustified, and inaccurate claims regarding Starlink disposal risk to people on the ground and to aviation, and requested that the FAA, quote, correct its report to Congress.
SpaceX's response to the FAA analysis really centered on the data that was underlying the report, and pointed to the fact that not only was the data from satellites that were not Starlink, but also that the company's own track record shows that Starlink satellites completely burn up when they enter the Earth's atmosphere.
The FAA declined CNBC's request for an interview, and SpaceX did not respond to our request for an interview. Benvenuti says that while he doesn't believe that there is a risk of stray Starlink debris injuring anyone, he does have some environmental concerns.
The chemical composition of these satellites that returning to Earth, they are burned into the higher atmosphere. What would be the effect of that is not known and is not completely fully studied. So the impact on the space environment should be fully studied before we continue to populate the low Earth orbit with such a large number of satellites.
There's no question that Starlink has grown a tremendous amount in just a few short years. But whether SpaceX can keep up this pace remains to be seen.
The pace of growth that Starlink has exhibited will be difficult for them to keep up going forward, and for a couple of reasons. On the first end, there's a certain degree of demand saturation that's happening, where after the service was introduced, and now it's been 2 years in many markets, the lowest hanging fruit in terms of the subscribers who are most desperate for a better service have likely already moved over to Starlink. We've also seen evidence that Starlink is having to spur demand in the market by reducing the cost of its user terminals. It's run promotions where its baseline costs in the US of about $600 for the equipment have been reduced to as low as $150 in Canada in rural areas. And the same has been done in Australia and Japan, for example, in localized targeted campaigns.
Starlink's success, many believe, is closely tied to SpaceX's other major undertaking, Starship. SpaceX hopes to use the massive next-generation reusable rocket to launch cargo, people, and a lot more satellites. But development of the rocket has hit a number of delays.
In order for SpaceX to keep Starlink on that hockey stick-like growth that it's seen so far, the company needs Starship to begin flying. Starship is a much larger and more powerful rocket than the current method that SpaceX uses to get its Starlink satellites into orbit, which are its Falcon 9 rockets. To meet both the expansion of the network by launching more and more satellites into orbit, as well as replace aging satellites over time, SpaceX needs Starship flying regularly to be able to meet that overall growth trajectory.
Competition in the consumer satellite internet market has also been heating up. One service that's expected to be a big challenger is Amazon's Project Kuiper, which launched the first of its satellite prototypes in October. Amazon plans to begin beta testing its network with customers by the end of 2024.
Amazon is adopting a similar approach in terms of its vertical integration, manufacturing the satellites, to a certain extent launching them themselves through an affiliated company, Blue Origin. And they'll be making their own user terminals and leveraging their e-commerce platform to deliver these pieces of equipment and services remotely to the same swath of users as Starlink.
In the future, you will see much more of these types of LEO broadband internet systems. It provides a tremendous amount of flexibility and mobility, and that is tremendously powerful, not just for national security, but to connect disadvantaged populations, rural populations that don't have that kind of connectivity today.
Tech titan Elon Musk is known for being a car guy, a rocket guy, a social media guy, and now he's also a supercomputer guy.
And Elon Musk says Tesla will spend well over $1 billion by the end of 2024 on building an in-house supercomputer known as Project Dojo.
Although supercomputers look a lot like data centers, they're designed to perform calculations and process data at extremely high speeds.
Both of them are about scaling up to very large amounts of computation. However, in a data center, you have a lot of small parallel tasks that are not necessarily connected to each other. Whereas, for example, when you're training a very large AI model, those are not entirely independent computations. So you do need tighter interconnection between those computations, and the passing of data back and forth needs to be potentially at a much higher bandwidth and a much lower latency.
Musk wants to use this supercomputing power to improve Tesla's autonomous driving capabilities, and finally deliver on the company's years-long promise to bring robotaxis to market. Supercomputers are also needed to train Tesla's humanoid robot, Optimus, which the company plans to use in its factories starting next year. All in all, Musk says that Tesla plans to spend $10 billion this year on AI. Musk's new AI venture, xAI, also needs powerful supercomputers to train xAI's chatbot, Grok, which directly competes with OpenAI's ChatGPT and Google's Gemini chatbots. Several of Musk's supercomputer projects are already in development. In August, Elon Musk teased Tesla's AI supercomputer cluster called Cortex on X. Cortex is being built at Tesla's Austin, Texas headquarters. Back in January, Tesla also announced that it planned to spend $500 million to build its Dojo supercomputer in Buffalo, New York. Meanwhile, Musk just revealed that xAI's Colossus supercomputer in Memphis, Tennessee was up and running. CNBC wanted to learn more about what Musk's bet on supercomputers might mean for the future of his companies, and the challenges he faces in the ultra-competitive world of AI development.
We've had supercomputers. If you go to any of the national labs, they're used for everything from simulation materials discovery to climate modeling to modeling nuclear reactions and so on and so forth. However, what's unique about AI supercomputers is that they are entirely optimized for AI.
Musk launched xAI in 2023 to develop large language models and AI products like its chatbot Grok, as an alternative to AI tools being created by OpenAI, Microsoft, and Google. Despite being one of its original founders, Elon Musk left OpenAI in 2018 and has since become one of the company's harshest critics. In June, it was announced that xAI would build a supercomputer in Memphis, Tennessee, to carry out the task of training Grok.
It would represent the city's largest multi-billion-dollar capital investment by a new-to-market company in Memphis history.
The announcement came at the heels of xAI securing $6 billion in Series B funding, raising its valuation at the time from $18 to $24 billion. By early September, Musk announced that his training supercluster in Memphis, called Colossus, was online. The supercluster is powered by 100,000 NVIDIA H100 graphics processing units, or GPUs, making it the most powerful AI training system in the world, according to Musk. He went on to say that the cluster would double in size in the next few months.
These GPUs have been around for a while. These started off in laptops, in desktops, to be able to offload graphics work from the core CPU. So this is an accelerator. If you go back sort of 10 years or so, 15 years ago, online gaming was blowing up and people wanted to game at speed, and then they realized that having graphics and the general purpose of the game on the same processor just led to constraints. So it's a very specific task to train a large language model, and doing that on a classic CPU, you can, it works. But it's one of those examples where the particular architecture of a GPU plays well for that type of workload.
In fact, GPUs became so popular that chip makers like NVIDIA for a time had a hard time keeping up with demand. The fight for GPUs has even caused competition among Musk's own companies. Musk's social media company X and xAI are closely intertwined, with X hosting xAI's Grok chatbot on its site, and xAI using some capacity in X data centers to train the large language models that power Grok.
In December 2023, Elon Musk ordered NVIDIA to ship 12,000 of these very coveted AI chips, H100 GPUs from NVIDIA, to X instead of to Tesla, when they had been reserved for Tesla. So he effectively delayed Tesla's being able to continue building out data center and AI infrastructure by 5-6 months.
The incident was one example that shareholders used in a lawsuit against Musk and Tesla's board of directors that accused them of breach of fiduciary duty. They argued that after founding xAI, Musk began diverting scarce talent and resources from Tesla to his new company. Musk defended his decision on X, saying that Tesla was not ready to utilize the chips and that they would have just sat in a warehouse had he not diverted them. Musk has gone as far as to suggest that Tesla should invest $5 billion into xAI. Still, Musk has big plans on how artificial intelligence can transform Tesla. In January, he wrote on X that Tesla should be viewed as an AI robotics company rather than a car company. Key to this transformation is Tesla's custom-built supercomputer called Dojo, details of which the company first publicly announced during Tesla's AI Day presentation in 2021.
There's an insatiable demand for speed as well as capacity for neural network training. And Elon prefetched this, and a few years back, he asked us to design a super fast training computer, and that's how we started Project Dojo.
During the company's Q2 earnings call last year, Musk told investors that Tesla would spend over $1 billion on Dojo by the end of 2024. A few months later, Morgan Stanley predicted that Dojo could boost Tesla's value by $500 billion. Dojo's main job is to process and train AI models using the huge amounts of video and data captured by Tesla vehicles. The goal is to improve Tesla's suite of driver assistance features, which the company calls Autopilot, as well as its more robust full self-driving, or FSD system.
They've sold, 5 million plus cars. Each one of those cars typically has 8 cameras plus in it. They're streaming all of that video back to Tesla. So what can they do with that training set? Obviously, they can develop full self-driving, and they're getting close to that.
Despite their names, neither Autopilot nor FSD make Tesla vehicles autonomous and require active driver supervision, as Tesla states on its website. The company has garnered scrutiny from regulators who say that Tesla falsely advertised the capabilities of its Autopilot and FSD systems. A 2024 report by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration also found that out of the 956 Tesla crashes the agency reviewed, 467 of those could be linked to Autopilot. But reaching full autonomy is critical for Tesla, whose sky-high valuation is largely dependent on bringing robotaxis to market, analysts say. The company reported lackluster results in its latest earnings report and has fallen behind other automakers working on autonomous vehicle technology. These include Alphabet-owned Waymo, which is already operating fully autonomous taxis commercially in several U.S. cities, GM's Cruise, and Amazon's Zoox. In China, competitors include Didi and Baidu. Tesla hopes Dojo will change that. According to Musk, Dojo has been running tasks for Tesla since 2023. And since Dojo has a very specific task, to train Tesla's self-driving systems, the company decided that it's best to design its own chip, called the D1.
This chip is manufactured in 7nm technology. It packs 50 billion transistors in a miserly 645mm square. One thing you'll notice, 100% of the area out here is going towards machine learning training and bandwidth. This is a pure machine learning machine.
For high-performance computing, it is very common to have supercomputers that have CPUs and GPUs. However, increasingly, AI supercomputers also contain specialized chips that are specially designed for AI workloads. And the Dojo D1 is an example of that.
One of the key things that came through when I was looking at D1 is latency. It's training on a video feed that's coming from cameras in cars. So the big thing is kind of how do you move those big files around and how do you handle for latency?
Aside from the D1, which is being manufactured by Taiwanese chipmaker TSMC, Tesla is also designing the entire infrastructure of its supercomputer from the ground up.
Designing a custom supercomputer gives them the opportunity to optimize the entire stack, right? Go from the algorithms and the hardware, make sure that they are designed to work perfectly in concert with each other. It's not just Tesla, but if you see a lot of the hyperscalers, the Googles of the world, the Metas, the Microsofts, the Amazons, they all have their own custom chips and systems designed for AI.
In the case of Dojo, the design looks something like this. 25 D1 chips make up what Tesla calls a training tile, with each tile containing its own hardware for cooling, data transfer, and power, and acting as a self-sufficient computer. 6 tiles make up a tray, and 2 trays make up a cabinet. Finally, 10 cabinets make up an exapod, which Tesla says is capable of 1.1 exaflops of compute. To put that into context, 1 exaflop is equal to 1 quintillion calculations per second. This means that if each person on the planet completed 1 calculation per second, it would still take over 4 years to do what an exascale computer can do in 1 second.
It is impressive, right? But there are other, supercomputers certainly that are performing that ballpark as well.
One of those supercomputers is located at the Department of Energy's Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee. The system, called Frontier, operates at 1.2 exaflops and has a theoretical peak performance of 2 exaflops. The supercomputer is being used to simulate proteins to help develop new drugs, model turbulence to improve the engine designs of airplanes, and create large language models. The next generation of zeta-scale supercomputers are already in development. A zetaflop supercomputer has a computing capability equal to 1,000 exaflops. As for Dojo, Dickens says its utility could go beyond turning Teslas into autonomous vehicles.
If you wanted to train a robot on how to dig a hole, how many Tesla cars have driven past somebody digging a hole on the side of the road? And could you then point that at Optimus and say, hey, I've got hundreds of hours of how people dig holes. I want to train you as a robot on how to dig holes. So I think you've got to think wider of Tesla than just a car company.
At a shareholder meeting this summer, Musk claimed that Optimus could turn Tesla into a $25 trillion company. But not everyone is convinced.
It's a daydream of robots to replace people. It's a lofty goal. The price points, don't sound too logical to me. But, it's a great aspirational goal. It's something that could be transformational for humanity if he makes it work. EVs have worked. Just call me a very, very heavy skeptic on this robot.
Despite all this potential for Musk's supercomputers, the tech titan and his companies have quite a few challenges to overcome as they figure out how to scale the technology and use it to bolster their businesses. One such challenge is securing enough hardware. Although Tesla is designing its own chips, Musk is still highly dependent on NVIDIA's GPUs. For example, in June, Musk said that Tesla would spend between $3 and $4 billion this year on NVIDIA hardware. Here he is talking about the supply of NVIDIA chips during Tesla's latest financial results call.
What we are seeing is that the demand for NVIDIA hardware is so high that it's often difficult to get the GPUs. I guess I'm quite concerned about actually being able to get state-of-the-art NVIDIA GPUs when we want them. And I think this therefore requires that we put a lot more effort on Dojo in order to ensure that we've got the training capability that we need.
Even if Musk did have all the chips he wanted, not everyone agrees that Tesla is close to full autonomy, and that Dojo is the solution to achieving this feat. Unlike many other automakers working on autonomous vehicles, Tesla has chosen to forego the use of expensive LiDAR systems in its cars, instead opting for vision-only system using cameras.
The issues in FSD are related to the sensors on the cars. People that drive these vehicles, report phantom obstacles on the road where the car will just suddenly brake or the steering wheel will tweak you aside where you're dodging something that doesn't exist. If you imagine a white tractor-trailer truck that falls over and it's a cloudy day, you've got white on white in a scenario that is not very easily computed and very easily recognized. Now, a driver that's paying attention is going to see this and hit the brakes hard. A computer, it can easily be fooled by that kind of situation. So for them to get rid of that, they need to add other sensors onto the vehicles. They've been vehemently against LiDAR. They need to change the fundamental design. Dojo's not going to fix that. Dojo is just not going to fix the core problems in FSD.
At times, even Musk has questioned Dojo's future.
We're pursuing the dual path of NVIDIA and Dojo. Think of Dojo as a long shot. It's a long shot worth taking, because the payoff is potentially very high, but it's not something that is a high probability. It's not like a sure thing at all. It's a high risk, high payoff program.
And then there are the environmental concerns. Supercomputers like those being built by Musk and other tech giants require massive amounts of electricity to power them, even more than the energy used in conventional computing, and an exorbitant amount of water to cool them. For example, one analysis found that after globally consuming an estimated 460 terawatt-hours in 2022, data centers' total electricity consumption could reach more than 1,000 terawatt-hours in 2026. This demand is roughly equivalent to the electricity consumption of Japan. In a study published last year, experts also predicted that global AI demand for water may account for up to 6.6 billion cubic meters of water withdrawal by 2027. This summer, environmental and health groups said xAI is adding to smog problems in Memphis, Tennessee, after the company started running at least 18 natural gas-burning turbines to power its supercomputer facility without securing the proper permits. xAI did not respond to a CNBC request for comment. But beyond supply chain issues and environmental concerns, some question whether supercomputers and AI are good business.
Tesla's a company with car manufacturer problems, with AI and robotics aspirations. They're not about to make any money from AI anytime soon. And this FSD that was promised 5 years ago isn't really about to happen either. Dojo is a massive project. It's interesting and exciting, and it could open tremendous frontiers for them. I think we need to be skeptical, right? How does someone make money with this? There's no visibility on that whatsoever. It seems like, a shot in the dark.
Instead, Irwin suggests that Musk stick to what he knows, making EVs.
I'm very bearish on the stock. I see the fundamental value in EVs, right? If Tesla goes into Thailand and India, and then they invest billions in India, the supply chain will bounce into existence. They're going to be a cost leader in the world. They need to get out there with the mini car. So if they do, the outlook for the company will change.
But Dickens is more positive.
I think Tesla's changing the supercomputer paradigm here because the scale of their investment, the deep pockets that they've got, and their ability to put all that investment to a single use case. Now, you can argue that FSD's been promised for a long time, and you can think what you want to think of Elon. All of the above is valid, but they are ahead, and they've already built a moat that the likes of GM, Stellantis, and Ford won't get close to anytime soon, or ever.
Elon Musk is on track to become the world's first trillionaire by 2027. Musk is the closest person to the 13-figure mark.
The biggest driver of Elon Musk's wealth has been Tesla stock. If you look before the pandemic, that stock was trading at below $50 a share. Now it's at $230 a share. Some people think it could easily go to $300 a share if they have self-driving taxis, autonomous vehicles.
But not all Americans benefit from stock market plays. Wealth inequality in the U.S. has significantly increased over the past 30 years. Federal Reserve data shows the wealth of the top 1% has grown dramatically, while the wealth of the bottom 50% has stagnated. In the early 1990s, the top 1% held about $4.76 trillion, or 23% of the nation's wealth, while the bottom 50% had about $730 billion in equity, or 3.5% of total wealth. Fast forward to Q1 2024, the top 1% share increased to nearly $46.1 trillion, or 30% of the total wealth, while the bottom 50% held $3.78 trillion, or 2.5% of total wealth.
The American system, which is an economy fundamentally driven by entrepreneurs and innovation, where you're rewarded for taking risks, that creates growth for everybody.
While others feel that wealth concentration can be harmful to society.
So talk of a trillionaire is frightening. Billions of dollars of wealth translate into billions of dollars of power.
100 years after the first billionaire, what has led to the concentration of wealth that could make the first trillionaire possible? And what does it mean for the U.S. economy? Elon Musk was named the richest man in the world in January 2021. He started 2020 worth about $28.5 billion and ended it being worth around $167 billion. As of September 2024, his net worth is valued at roughly $265 billion, according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index.
One of the reasons that Elon Musk has grown so wealthy is not only because Tesla stock has gone up so rapidly, but also because the number of shares that he owns is growing rapidly. Over that 5-year period from 2019 to 2024, that stock went up 1,300%. If that stock continues to go up 100% a year along with his wealth, he will get to trillionaire status by 2027.
Tesla's stock rise during the pandemic wasn't necessarily tied to production or revenue growth alone.
The stock of Tesla is now up 677% for the year. And that move has changed everything. Yet it only plans to make 500,000 cars this year. But this new generation of stock pickers, they believe that Elon Musk is a genius, and they want to stick with him as he takes over the world.
People invest for all kinds of reasons. Some invest for very short-term reasons. Other people invest because they think this stock is going to be a good one and it's going to generate profits for years and years and years.
Musk is in a unique position because of how he's compensated at Tesla.
Elon certainly had a lot of other shareholders, and his stake in the company was fairly low when they started out, but he has had these massive pay packages, the most recent of which was over $50 billion. That's $50 billion in pay, not just what he owns in the company and the value of that stock. And so in addition to growing rich from his existing stock, he has grown rich every year from options that are part of these massive pay packages. We have never seen pay packages like this in corporate America, where somebody is given, if they meet certain benchmarks, a $50 billion payday. And so that has actually grown his share of the company over time to 13%. Some say based on current options, he could get to 20%. So one of the things that helps him reach trillionaire status is that Tesla stock grows, but also his ownership of the company grows because of these massive and unprecedented options.
Neither Tesla nor SpaceX representatives responded to CNBC's request for comment.
Usually when we think about the Forbes 400, we think about them owning about 3 or 4% of the total wealth in the economy, which is already quite large and quite outsized, but this would be an order of magnitude difference for one individual. Whether or not it comes to fruition, I think, depends on a lot of things happening, particularly what is the value of the businesses with which he has associated himself.
Musk made his wealth through equity in the major companies he's led, such as PayPal, Tesla, and SpaceX. This is a pretty typical wealth story for the 1%.
If you look at the list of the richest Americans, whether we're talking about Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos, the reason people get super rich is they start a company and they grow that company. And the reason that company keeps growing and growing is producing something valuable that people want.
Wealthier individuals typically have larger portions of their assets invested in the stock market, while middle-income households tend to have more of their wealth tied up in real estate. The wealthiest 1% of Americans own nearly 50% of all U.S. stocks, while the bottom 50% of Americans hold about 1% of all stocks as of mid-2024. About 58% of families own stock in 2022, either directly or indirectly through passive investments such as retirement accounts.
Wealth inequality is very much driven by the prices of different types of assets. And so one of the things that will cause wealth inequality to go up, as measured by wealth concentration, is the stock market. The stock market has done well, but other assets, especially housing, has also done quite well. House values go up. That tends to raise wealth in the middle of the distribution, which offsets some of the gains that are happening at the top.
Most Americans' wealth is in home ownership, with more than 66% of families owning their own home in 2022.
The typical American, if, a median house price has gone up by 50% or 100% over the past 5-6 years, that's a lot of wealth that's being created. So when we talk about wealth distribution, that's going to be an offsetting factor.
But homeownership as a main source of wealth creation can be a double-edged sword. Although increasing house values can benefit homeowners, this trend also signifies decreasing house affordability for potential buyers. Many Americans primarily earn their income by trading their time and skills for a paycheck, which is then taxed based on how much the individual earns. On paper, the ultra-wealthy's income isn't quite as clear.
We think about income as being sort of the improvement in one's ability to spend over time. You and I have paychecks, and those paychecks measure how much we can spend. Musk has a gigantic compensation package, but even that package, only a fraction of it shows up as taxable income, because much of it is in bonuses and other ways of getting paid that make it easy to avoid taxation.
Elon Musk has seen his fortune more than double over the past 5 years. What he does is he borrows against that $200 billion in equity, takes those loans and uses them for income, and so he has millions and millions of dollars in income that he never has to pay taxes on.
Over the past quarter century in particular, changes in tax policy have made it much more difficult to tax the rich. There are many more exclusions, many more ways to get around paying tax. Those same changes are what lead to a buildup in unrealized capital gains.
Capital gains are the profits someone makes once they sell an asset, such as stocks or real estate.
We should think about taxing unrealized gains and other policies like that. Many people, like Musk, are probably going to die with very substantial unrealized capital gains. And the question is, do we allow those unrealized capital gains to pass untaxed to the next generation, or do we impose something like a tax on gains at death? So I think we need to do a better job of taxing the income while it's being earned. And that involves changes in tax law and eliminating some of these loopholes that have been put in place over the past quarter century.
One assumption could be that it's only because of the tax code that these people got rich, which is absurd. They got rich because they built a company and spent a lot of time building that company. We have to create valuable products. That's why those people got rich, not because of the tax code. And any big change you make, you have to think, will that change the incentives in the system? So I would be careful making small changes.
It's not surprising that in this election cycle, the theme of taxing the wealthy and taking some of what they have to help those who have less has become very prominent, especially among Democrats and Vice President Harris. So one of the things that she has proposed is to tax what are called unrealized gains. And so what the Harris campaign has said is, look, it's not fair that because your wealth grows in value and you can borrow against that you never pay taxes, whereas the teacher, the firefighter, they have normal income and they have to pay taxes on that.
We need to tax the ultra-rich. We need to tax corporations. That's one of the most powerful ways to reduce inequality.
President Trump and a Republican-controlled Congress passed the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The Tax Policy Center found that while the average American saved on taxes because of the legislation, the savings was disproportionate. A middle-income taxpayer saved about $900 by 2025, whereas the top 1% saved about $61,000.
We're going to be seeing the expiry of many provisions of President Trump's tax cuts for the rich and for corporations. That arrives in 2025. That's a huge opportunity to address the long-standing problems with our tax code.
We should also think about getting rid of loopholes that cause a disconnect between what someone is really earning, what their income is, and how much they're paying in tax. Because how much they're really earning, that's what determines how fast their wealth is going to grow. Elon Musk, if his wealth is truly going up $200 billion a year and his income is nothing, it's zero, that tells us we have a real problem.
America has always had a love-hate relationship with wealth. Great wealth in America is admired, but it's also envied, and there's a political strain in America that says we should redistribute some of that wealth to help those who need it most. And so Americans are very conflicted about inequality.
Extreme levels of inequality slow down and undermine the fight against poverty. I'm inspired by the work of people like former US Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis. He's the one who said, we can either have extreme concentration of wealth in this country, or we can have democracy, but we can't have both. And I believe that's a choice that we're facing today.
So far, the desire by most Americans to tax the wealthy has not played out in Congress. It's not played out in the White House. And there are some that say, well, that's because the wealthy buy the politicians and they have lobbyists who have fought this successfully for years. And that may be true, but it also has to do with the fact that if you have a tax that only applies to people worth $1 million or more with $1 million in income, like Harris has proposed, a lot of people say, wait, I don't have $1 million in income, but I might someday. So therefore, I don't support a tax on those who make more than $1 million a year, because I might get there too. It's hard to form policy when Americans themselves are so conflicted about, yes, we're envious, we'd like to tax them, but I also want to get there too, and I admire these people.
The last time, at least in the U.S., any car company achieved mass manufacturing was about 100 years ago, and then Tesla. The issue is definitely not coming up with a car design. It is absolutely all about building the production system. The difficulty and value of manufacturing is underappreciated. It's like relatively easy to make a prototype and extremely difficult to mass manufacture a vehicle reliably and at scale.
In 2003, a Silicon Valley startup called Tesla Motors came up with an ambitious plan that would transform the auto industry. Founders Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpenning set out to redefine the electric car, cars that everyone would want, affordable, environmentally friendly, and fast. Their master plan started with a low volume of expensive but alluring electric sports cars. In 2004, well-known entrepreneur and SpaceX CEO Elon Musk invested millions of his own money and eventually became CEO.
You're not just buying a sports car, you're actually helping pay for development of the mass market vehicles.
In less than 10 years, Tesla released the groundbreaking Roadster, Model S, and Model X, all paving the way for its first affordable electric car, the Model 3. By 2016, Musk and Tesla looked unstoppable.
Tesla has received almost 400,000 orders from its latest car, the Model 3 sedan.
But over the next year, the company struggled to simply make cars. Tesla was plagued by manufacturing woes, financial losses, and volatile decision-making from its CEO.
This has been an incredibly long and difficult journey. There's been an enormous amount of blood, sweat, and tears.
Today, Tesla forges ahead with lofty promises and new vehicles despite endless lawsuits, mounting competition, and inconsistent manufacturing goals. But Wall Street doesn't seem to mind.
Tesla now at session highs. It is up 21% for the day, above $900 a share.
The ambitions have never been bigger and the stakes have never been higher for Elon Musk and Tesla.
We created Tesla to make a difference in the world. The world desperately needs sustainable transport. We want to show that electric cars are in fact better than gasoline.
Tesla was founded in 2003, and they weren't founded by anyone who had any automotive experience. It was consumer electronics, software, and battery tech guys.
When we started Tesla, there was two things in the world everybody knew about electric cars. They're dead, and they suck. Nobody wants to drive one. That's why they're dead.
They're slow, short range, they're ugly.
If you look at the original business plan we wrote for Tesla, we described in great detail the Tesla Roadster, and we said, once this car is successful, the next car we should make is either a large SUV, an expensive SUV, or a large sedan.
The sedan market is enormously large. It's much, much bigger than the sports car market, the roadster market. And then below that is the sort of Model 3 segment of that market. And if you're going to have a big impact, you have to play there. But you can't start there because the capital requirements are just too vast, and you don't know what you're doing yet. You have to learn and develop the technology along the way.
Everything was challenging.
Everything's hard. Everything.
We were inventing from scratch. This was something that had never been done before.
We had customers literally say, like, this is the most exciting thing I've been involved in. Even though, at some level, they just wrote a check, but they believed in the vision enough to write that check, and now they're participating in this process that we were going through. And then we encountered Elon.
Martin and Mark knew that the only other person, perhaps lunatic enough to start something this ambitious and join the sort of EV mission with them, would be a guy like Elon Musk, part of the PayPal mafia. He had made a good deal of money in software, payment tech, and sold that company to eBay. And he was out in Southern California working on an equally ambitious business, SpaceX.
One of the great things about pitching to Elon in this context is that a lot of times we would pitch to the VCs and to other angels, and they would say, what you're trying to do is so crazy. You're trying to make an electric sports car. That's insane. And we are pitching to somebody who is actually trying to make rocket ships. And so, in context,
couldn't really say that.
Right? In context, he was like, "Oh yeah, I got that."
Now next we have Martin Eberhard, who is the CEO of Tesla Motors.
And of course, this is one of the great cars, Tesla Roadster, an electric car that gets 250 miles per charge. A test of this one, it's hot.
You hear how silent it is? There's no sound.
You can have a car that's quick and you can have a car that's electric, but having one that's both is how you make electric cars popular. I was voted off the island, and in a rather rude way.
When I left Tesla, we had the Roadster was essentially finished, and I'd been doing nothing but Tesla for 5 years, and I thought it's going to be another 5 years, and Martin wasn't there anymore, it wasn't as much fun.
Sports car maker Tesla Motors. Reuters is reporting the Silicon Valley electric vehicle is planning to go public soon. If it does, it would be the first U.S. automaker to go public since Ford did back in 1956. Tesla is best known for its $109,000 all-electric Roadster.
At the time Tesla came to us in the government, they were actually looking for a loan in order to build their first facility to create sedans. We ended up lending Tesla $465 million. And the real premise of that was to be able to get that industry, the electric car industry, up and running. And even to this day, I would argue that we wouldn't have hybrid cars and electric cars to the extent that we had if this had not proven out to be a successful transaction and a successful business opportunity.
If we were just making the Roadster and doing powertrain business, we'd be profitable as a company. But we're in a massive expansion mode.
The latest model of the electric car is rolling off Tesla's assembly line in California today.
The Tesla Model S, delivery starting today in Fremont, California.
Tesla is showing off its newest vehicle. It is called the X.
Tesla unveiled its supercharger network.
Musk says Tesla may start construction on 3 sites as well for its giant battery factory, or Gigafactory.
You don't just want to be betting on this stock, you want to be pushing all in on Tesla.
For investors, Tesla has been a wild ride for a lot of reasons. If you look at the history of Tesla shares, they really took off starting around 2010 all the way up through 2013. That's when Elon Musk first said, I'm going to build the Model S, and then I'm going to build the Model X, and he laid out a game plan. And when the Model S first came out, people might have been skeptical beforehand. But when the reviews came in that this is a solid vehicle that changes the game plan in terms of how far you can drive an electric vehicle and what it feels like to drive an electric vehicle, that's when shares of Tesla took off. Over the last couple of years, shares of Tesla have been extremely volatile.
People sometimes get carried away with our stock, you know, honestly. If you care about the long term of Tesla, I think the stock is a good price. If you look about the short term, it's less clear.
Well, I've been calling it a cold stock. I said last night it's like a wide receiver. I mean, you want them in your fantasy. Like, what am I going to say? It's a fantasy stock that's reality.
I think we have to continue to take a wait-and-see mode. Tesla is so highly valued at this point. You know, Tesla is still a small car maker in a small niche market.
The problem for some investors when they look at Tesla is that they see a company that continues to burn through cash, and they constantly are asking themselves, when will this company turn a profit and sustain a profit? It's not enough to be profitable for one quarter in the eyes of some investors. They want to see a company that is solidly profitable quarter after quarter after quarter.
Tesla has been in its stock. It's been a story stock. There's been a lot of, sentiment, positive sentiment around its CEO and founder, who's a massive holder, 22% ownership in Tesla.
Elon Musk has made himself into the face of the brand. Tesla fans love him and follow his every business.
Mr. Musk, how are you?
Congratulations on the promotion.
Thank you very much.
Hey. Those Merlin engines are fantastic.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Good idea for an electric jet.
You do?
Yeah.
Then we'll make it work.
I really deeply believed in the vision that the company had and the vision that Elon had set, which was accelerating the world's transition to sustainable energy. That's what inspired me to join, and I think that's what inspired many people at Tesla to join.
I did get to meet Elon a couple times, which was so exciting. The first time I ever saw him, he was wearing a Duff shirt from The Simpsons, their beer brand, and I was like, this dude's cool. I already know that.
Where are you from, boss?
Michigan.
Oh, Michigan. You're in the car business?
No, printing. Ned Fleming.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk?
Yeah.
Tesla Elon Musk?
Yeah.
Wow.
I love space. I love the idea of space exploration, so all of the SpaceX stuff fascinated me. The solar power, just pretty much everything that Elon has done, I absolutely loved. So the idea of working for him and having his name on my paychecks was just so cool to me.
What an honor to meet you. I'm such a fan of Tesla and SpaceX, all your companies. I'm Howard Wolowitz, Caltech.
Nice to meet you, Howard.
To the extent that Tesla benefits from Elon's many side projects, and SpaceX is not a side project, SpaceX is a massive focus for him. It's a big, serious company. I think you could probably categorize Boring Company, Neuralink, OpenAI, Hyperloop, Pravda, and a memes website, whatever else is coming out of his imagination as side projects. But there is an argument that what is good for his celebrity is good for the company.
People see him as this great visionary genius that's very into the details of all these companies, when in reality, I really see him as a great champion of these causes and a great motivator of people and a great identifier of talent, and he relies on those people to keep his public perception alive.
But some investors question whether he has enough operational expertise and focus on Tesla to lead the company in the role of CEO.
Elon Musk has some good news for you. He tweeted a cheaper mass-market Tesla will start at $35,000. The company will begin taking pre-orders for the Model 3 in March, but don't get too excited. Musk cautions production won't begin for about 2 years.
Then going from the S and the X, we finally come to step 3, the final step in the master plan, which is a mass-market, affordable car. Do you want to see the car? Yeah! Well, we don't have it for you tonight. I'm just kidding, of course. Or you will not be able to buy a better car for $35,000 or even close.
One astonishing thing about the launch of the Model 3 was how many pre-orders came in immediately after the company unveiled this.
The total number of orders for the Model 3 in the past 24 hours has now passed 115,000.
We found dozens of people lined outside the automaker's Chelsea showroom, hoping to put their name on the list. For $1,000, potential buyers can reserve one of Tesla's new affordable vehicles.
I got up at 4 in the morning to come here to put money down on a car that I have not seen because it's a Tesla.
Model 3 could be the first model that really opens up electric cars to the masses, to the mass market. The reason I say that is Tesla has gotten hundreds of thousands of deposits on this car. The likes of which, numbers that is, we've never seen happen with electric cars. It could be a tipping point, not just for Tesla, but for the automotive industry.
The Model 3 was a huge turning point for Tesla because they're starting to get into economies of scale. Manufacturing a car that is intended for the masses instead of your early adopters and people that want to drive a beautiful sports car is a completely different affair than making a niche high-end vehicle.
Now, how are we going to make these cars? Okay, good question.
Going from announcing a vehicle to actually building it, it was a very short period of time. So short that I think Tesla realized this is not going to happen as quickly as we expected.
Tesla had lots of pressure to produce a low-cost car, and as soon as the design of the vehicle was at least viable enough to show the public and then viable enough to know that it could be produced, it was released to the public. Most manufacturers don't release cars that early. They don't release the whole vehicle. They don't give specs. They don't give prices. When that happened, the manufacturing part, how to build the car, was first really being thought of.
So when are deliveries? Well, they're next year. So I do feel fairly confident that it will be next year. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. Today, Tesla is making the first deliveries of its Model 3.
And this is the day that Tesla fans and customers have been waiting for, the delivery of the first Model 3s.
The first of Tesla's Model 3s getting delivered over the weekend, but most buyers will have to wait at least a year before getting behind the wheel of Elon Musk's latest creation.
Production grows exponentially, so in August there should be 100 cars, September above 1,500, and then what happens after that? Well, eventually, by the end of December, the production rate, at least according to Elon Musk, will be 20,000 vehicles for December. And again, that's the production rate. That doesn't mean
The thing that's going to be the major challenge for us over the next 6 to 9 months is how do we build a huge number of cars? Frankly, we're going to be in production hell.
The Model 3 was expected to be in mass production by the end of 2017. It wasn't.
It was a disaster. And so you had for a year production hell, where Tesla was struggling to just build these cars for all these people who had deposits down.
When I said manufacturing hell and supply chain hell on Friday, I meant it. I mean, you know, we know this, signed up for it, not blaming hell because we bought the ticket.
One of the things which I think Tesla does, which is maybe a detriment to it, is it tries to do everything itself and in-house. In the Model 3 process, we decided we were going to build cars better than any other auto manufacturer out there, instead of just building what was sort of industry standard and guaranteed to work.
Tesla's plan for innovating manufacturing was all about technology. They seemed to think that humans were the problem, and that if you just had robots in there, everything would be better.
We did go too far on the automation front and automated some pretty silly things. We tried to automate the placement and bonding of fluff to the top of the battery pack, which is ridiculous. So we had FlufferBot, which was really an incredibly difficult machine to make work. Machines are not good at picking up pieces of fluff.
Tesla eventually removed most of the automation that delivered parts to the line, and they ended up going to an industry standard of moving them by pallet and fork truck and things of that nature, because it was way more reliable, had less issues and complications in terms of bringing it up to scale.
We started running Model 3 a lot, I would say, November, December of 2017. February, March, we started the ramp up of Model 3, and we started running a lot of Model 3s. There were probably 500,000 orders of the Model 3, so we knew there was a lot of pressure under us to get those cars out. A lot of us, I think, were willing to do what it took to get those big numbers out, because we really wanted this company to succeed.
In the process, they were so desperate to get that sort of back on track, they ended up building a factory in a tent.
They ended up making this outdoor line that is 100% done by humans. There's no robots. They don't do anything. We have a couple hydraulic lifts, stuff to help assist us with putting like tires on the car, putting the glass on top, but it is a 100% manual line for the Model 3.
The company's under tremendous pressure to crank out as many cars as possible, and so it creates a workplace that can be very chaotic, that is, you know, making changes on the fly. You have workers who are being thrown into positions where they say they haven't been trained for. They're getting hurt on the job, they're working tremendously long hours, and they're struggling to keep up with these demands.
I myself had 2 instances of heat exhaustion, one which was taken care of, the other one which I was left to basically suffer it out until I literally walked off the line and went outside for 45 minutes because I looked like I'd taken a shower, and I was in my paint suit and I was soaked through and through. I had to walk out because I was sick. I got written up for it, for walking off the line, even though I had 20 text messages to my boss telling him, you guys are going to carry me out of here on a stretcher.
I think we should scrutinize them if they're really doing something fraudulent and they're doing like punishing people or slaving them, but things happen at the workplace, working conditions are hard. When I worked at Tesla, we worked at the end of the assembly line in a room that had no ventilation, no windows. We had, you know, crappy cereal, we had crappy coffee. I'm not saying no one cared, but most people were not saying, well, that's not what I'm here. I'm not here for the cereal, I'm not here for the coffee, I'm here to change the world.
They were supposed to be building 500,000 of those cars a year at the Fremont
They did.
factory by the end of 2018, and they still aren't there yet.
As they're trying to get the Model 3 production off the ground, Elon Musk makes a grand announcement that Tesla is going to acquire a business that he also helped co-found, Solar City.
Then there's Tesla today offering to acquire Solar City, and this stock deal valued at up to $2.8 billion. Musk is the chairman, the largest shareholder of both companies, as you know, and he's calling the combination a no-brainer.
We think there's really a huge opportunity here to have a highly integrated sustainable energy company that answers the whole sustainable energy question, from generation of power to storage to transport.
What is with the timing of this deal? We're also talking about Solar City shares, which are perhaps not nearly as high as they have been over the course of the past couple of years.
All I can say is that Solar City would have gone even lower if he hadn't made this bid.
On paper, what Elon Musk laid out made sense. He was going to use Solar City to ramp up sales of solar panels at home, to push the development of solar technology that could be used in a number of different venues. That hasn't happened.
This is sort of like the integrated future. You've got a electric car, a Powerwall, and a solar roof. And the key is that it needs to be beautiful, affordable, and seamlessly integrated.
I think we really started to see some of the wheels come off, no pun intended, with the acquisition of Solar City. And that, I think, really brought to light how intertwined Elon's personal wealth, personal interest, ego, and brand were in this company.
The directorships of others and the potential conflicts are quite significant. Lyndon Rive, who's the CEO and co-founder, and Peter Rive are brothers. They're both Musk's cousins. John Fisher's fund is a SpaceX investor, of course, another Musk company. Jeffrey Straubel is a Tesla employee and a SpaceX investor. Nancy Fund was a director at Tesla prior to it having gone public. By the way, Tesla did an offering 6 weeks ago. Those shareholders must not be particularly happy, though one wonders whether he had any idea he was going to do this.
It just felt a little bit too convenient that Tesla got to absorb this company that he had funded and was run by his cousins, and was going to add enormous financial strain to Tesla and enormous complexity at a time when it already had a lot of complexity to deal with.
This is the worst corporate governance I've ever seen in my career in a company. The Solar City bailout is just an abomination, and they should be held to account for that, and they should be liable for that, because it was nothing but a bailout.
Let's stay focused on Solar City. I mean, I love Tesla, by the way. I own
absolutely.
a Tesla myself, so it's love the car. But let's stay focused.
Exactly.
Tesla has gone from production hell to delivery logistics hell. That tweet was in response to a customer complaint about a delivery delay, but in truth, if in fact that's the case, that is progress for the company.
One problem for Tesla as it's trying to deliver these vehicles is that they're supplying customers around the world from one plant in California.
Other automakers rely on outsourced delivery companies that will take your car from the factory to the dealer and make sure everything's in good order. Tesla's doing it all themselves. In fact, they don't work with dealers. They run all their own stores and service centers.
We had wanted a Tesla for a long time, and we were pretty excited about it, and it just made sense for our new commute. But we took delivery in the dark, and we didn't really get to see the vehicle until the next day. And the next day I took it to work. It was a bright, sunny day, and unfortunately it showcased what was an absolutely horrendous paint job. Like, I have no idea how they got it off the line, how they would put it into the hands of a customer. I mean, it was insane.
Now that Tesla has hundreds of thousands of cars on the road and they're going after a mainstream consumer instead of just early adopters, they have a much higher service burden. And the problem is they haven't really scaled service in tandem with that.
I was fed up with Tesla completely, to the point to where today, if they want to touch my car, they're not allowed to touch my car. I'll do my own work on my car now. As soon as I exceeded my warranty period, the help, kindness, interactions all went away. I was treated like I didn't even really own a Tesla.
So in terms of the service part of Tesla, I do get nervous.
When many owners try to schedule a service appointment, the service centers are stretched thin and appointments could be weeks out before a car gets in for service.
The reason why I started my YouTube channel was to kind of demystify Teslas in general,
Tesla wasn't really sharing much information about them in terms of what's inside of them and how they worked. So I figured to myself, people may actually be interested in this. So as I started tearing into the car more and more, I started taking detailed photos of things, detailed videos. This blue connector goes back in the door and just kind of took off from there.
This is my Tesla parts storage. This is where all the used parts or crash parts. I save every little piece.
I worked at Tesla from May of 2009 through February of 2013. I started out as a service manager for the Seattle area. Part of the reason people are having trouble getting their cars repaired is there aren't enough parts. Now, specifically with the Roadster, there aren't any parts. And with the newer models, there just isn't enough parts coming off the assembly line or being reproduced to fix the cars that are in the body shops. There's a local body shop here that has, at times, has over 100 Model 3s that need paint work.
I have no problem with them being vertically integrated. I have no problem with them running things the way that they do for cars that are in warranty. But if they want to be in the mass market, unless they're going to run every single service center in every single little small town, there's no way it's acceptable to have people for minor issues drive and kill an entire day to go to the service center and get free Keurig coffee.
The genesis of the Electrified Garage was such that a lot of people started reaching out to me because of the YouTube channel, people that want to get issues resolved with their Teslas. And at the time, Tesla was super busy. They didn't have time to get people in for appointments. So they started reaching out to me and saying, hey, Tesla's too busy to take a look at this, or I own a salvage vehicle. Can you take a look at my electric vehicle? We're hoping the demand is really strong, and we're hoping to grow this into more of a franchise type business and almost work alongside Tesla to actually repair a lot of their vehicles as well, because at this point they need as lot of help as they can get.
One thing Tesla has done to address the gaps between service centers that may be far apart and hard for customers to come into is to launch this mobile ranger service. These are technicians that come to you. Customers who can get their issues fixed by the mobile service love it, but they can't do everything.
Over the last year, Tesla ramped its service locations by about 20%. And again, Tesla's expecting about a 5-fold increase in the number of cars that it's going to be shipping. So we're just not sure that the ramp is going to be significant enough.
Service totally matters to Tesla's long-term success. The proposition for the customer of a Model 3 is buy at your own risk. This might come with problems. At the scale it is at now, with how many Model 3s there are out in the market and who its core customer is, there are enough people out there to buy with that caveat. But that grace period isn't going to last forever. And so Tesla does need to sort these problems out before it becomes truly mainstream.
I talk to a lot of people who have Tesla vehicles, and service is a problem. But you know, everybody says, "Oh, Tesla service is a problem." Microsoft had no customer service for years. Google had no customer service for years. Apple customer service until they got the stores was mostly non-existent. Right? This is not a Tesla unique problem. This is an industry unique problem. Technology companies aren't good at service, period. Stop calling out Tesla for this because they're a tech company. They're not really a car company.
The cheaper models like the Model 3, they're all over the place. You just have to have a service. Tesla needs to step up and provide them that service that they deserve. And if they provide the service they deserve, Tesla's unstoppable.
Well, let me tell you, this is going to blow those stereotypes out of the water. I mean, this car will leave a Ferrari in its dust.
I think Elon-ness has increased over the years. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to describe Elon Musk in a nutshell, I don't think he would fit in a nutshell.
It's like Elon Musk has been beamed down from another planet to show us mortals how to run a company.
Elon Musk is a divisive character because he's a difficult personality. Sometimes he's extremely charming, and he's the best person to be around, and you love his points of view and his opinions and the things he says, and he's actually funny. Other times he's a complete dick. There are times when he is arrogant and obnoxious and insulting.
Of the reservations that actually opened and made available to configure, can you let us know like what percentage have actually taken the step to configure?
We're going to go to YouTube. Sorry, these questions are so dry. They're killing me.
How many executives or top executives have left this company in the last couple of years? By some estimates, it's between 40 and 50 who have left the company under Elon Musk's watch over the last couple of years.
Most people confuse Elon's management style with his vision in a sense. So what Elon's trying to do is trying to inspire people to come work on a really difficult problem. In my opinion, at least, he runs into issues is trying to do that while at the same time maintaining operational excellence.
I've been in a couple of meetings with Elon Musk where people that have disagreed with him have no longer, you never saw him the next day. We're going that way. And that's what Elon Musk does. We're going that way. And either you're going that way or you're not going. He's a great innovator. He's a great visionary. I don't necessarily think he's a great leader.
I don't even have a desk or an office anymore. I just basically, I'm just basically standing on the production floor and occasionally meeting in a conference room.
We have seen him at the end of the line wearing a Tesla t-shirt and steel-toe boots and his safety glasses and bump cap, working with the people, doing the physical labor. When the SNX were launched, he literally had a sleeping bag at the end of the line because he didn't even want to leave. He was there so often working on the cars just to make them right and to make sure that they were as good as they could possibly be and that production was working. He was there all the time. He slept there, and it was true.
If your CEO has to be fixing problems on the production line, no matter how brilliant he is or how great his solutions are, there's a systemic failure that's taking place to reach that point. The whole point of running a giant company is to make sure that the whole thing runs as much as possible in an orderly fashion, an efficient fashion, in a profitable fashion, without requiring the constant personal attention of any one person.
He should find a partner as quickly as possible who serves the same role at Tesla that Gwynne Shotwell does at SpaceX, a stabilizing force and making that company made up of humans who have to work together as good as Tesla's cars are.
Another Twitter rant from Elon Musk. This time it's about media companies. He accuses them of hypocrisy and says the public no longer respects them.
Elon Musk, for most of his career at Tesla, has embraced Twitter. He believes it is his direct way of communicating with customers, with fans, and to take on critics.
I think Elon spends too much time obsessing about the media and the media's views on him. The media has mostly been extremely helpful to Tesla. It's free marketing for the company, essentially. Tesla has a lot of fanboys who have their own kind of media setups, whether they be influential Twitter accounts or YouTube channels or blogs that don't do anything except tell the world how wonderful Elon Musk is.
So we tend to have a lot of people that are huge fans and a lot of people that just hate us. And I'm hoping over time we can convince some of the people that hate us to hate us less.
I don't think that we felt the production was going to kill the company as much as, I think if anything, we thought that Elon's stupidity with Twitter would kill the company.
The race to rescue a teenage soccer team stranded in a flooded cave in Thailand continues. The options to get them out are few, and all of them are quite risky.
He called a guy with probably zero basis a pedophile. He called him out on Twitter, he repeated it to the media. These are not the behaviors of some milquetoast traditional chief executive.
We start with the tweet heard around the world, or at least around Wall Street. CEO Elon Musk creating chaos with a single tweet, quote, "I'm considering taking Tesla private, $420 funding secured," which led to the stock soaring and then being halted and then soaring once again. Let's go to Leslie Pickard.
With one tweet, he created stock price movements of huge amounts, both up and down.
Let's get right to your top money and business story this morning, and that is Tesla. The stock is tumbling. It is down almost 10% right now. It's all on news that broke late yesterday. The SEC suing the company's CEO and founder, Elon Musk, for fraud.
The SEC alleges that Elon Musk made false and misleading tweets in August where he said he was considering taking Tesla private at $420 and that funding was secured.
Let's get to our corporate story of the morning, I should say of the weekend. Tesla founder and CEO Elon Musk and the SEC reaching a settlement deal.
He gives up the chairmanship for 3 years. 2 new independent directors will be appointed to the Tesla board. Both Elon Musk and Tesla both paying $20 million fines. And this is the most interesting one. There will be oversight by a committee of Elon Musk's communications. I guess this means we're not going to get as many Twitter bombs in the middle of the night as we've seen over the last couple of years.
That was a $20 million tweet. That's $20 million that could have been doled out in profit sharing or any other way.
You saw the confrontation with the SEC, which whenever entrepreneurs in the Valley start attacking the government or regulatory authorities or traditional stakeholders in a way that's counterproductive,
it ends up being a big problem for a company longer term. It shows that they're so looped into the vision that they're not thinking about the pragmatic operation and functioning of the business.
He's got an oversized personality, which gets him in trouble on Twitter occasionally, but he also has a vision, and he's pushing not just his employees, but he's pushing the industry.
Tesla shares tanking Friday after a bombshell interview with CEO Elon Musk. Shares plunging 9% right into a bear market again, on track for its worst week since March.
Billionaire Elon Musk of Tesla and SpaceX fame like we've never seen him before, smoking pot on YouTube.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk appearing on a podcast with comedian Joe Rogan last night, overnight, and yes, he's smoked up. Take a look.
So is that a joint? Or is it a cigar?
No.
Okay.
It's marijuana
It's weed.
inside of tobacco.
Oh, okay. So it's like pot tobacco
Yeah.
posh.
You never had that?
Yeah, I think I tried one once.
Come on, man. You want some of that? You probably can't because stockholders, right?
I mean, it's legal, right?
It's totally legal.
Okay.
How does that work? Do people get upset at you if you do certain things?
I'm not touching the stock at this point in time. The stock has clearly not found its footing by any stretch.
Elon is absolutely off his rocker, whether it's tweets or whatever he's recently doing. I mean, maybe the pressure's getting to him, but his behavior just seems odd.
Tesla founder and CEO Elon Musk sitting for a rare interview with Leslie Stahl on this Sunday's 60 Minutes program.
I want to be clear, I do not respect the SEC. I do not respect them.
But you're abiding by the settlement, aren't you?
Because I respect the justice system.
There are people who say that the company cannot survive without you.
I don't think that's true. Yeah.
There are people who say the company cannot survive with you.
Haha, that's hilarious.
They say it because of the way you acted over the summer,
Yeah.
doing things that seemed impulsive, un-CEO-ish.
Well, first of all, like, I am somewhat impulsive, and I don't really want to try to adhere to some CEO template.
That's just the character that Elon is, and it's really difficult to stop him being like that. I don't think he's ever going to. He's a divisive figure because he is a divisive person.
Those of you who are here and those of you who are watching, thank you very much for your support over the years. It's been, a hell of a ride, and I love you too. I love you too.
All cars being produced have all the hardware necessary, compute and otherwise, for full self-driving. I feel very confident predicting autonomous robotaxis for Tesla next year.
I just keep finding that it's a three-ring circus with a guy, and it's kind of annoying, but he's exciting. He's P.T. Barnum, okay? You know, Barnum did pack the seats.
Yeah.
But he is P.T. Barnum.
Jim,
P.T. Musk.
Elon Musk and Tesla used to talk up the green angle. Now the focus is shifting to autonomous.
We care about one thing, self-driving. And we expect to be confident enough from our standpoint to say that we think people do not need to touch the wheel, look out of the window, sometime probably around, I don't know, second quarter of next year.
When I first started at Tesla, autopilot was this very new concept for them. It was something that wasn't in their branding when I bought my car in 2012 at all. I've never felt that that was a core part of Tesla, autopilot, but it has become that now.
The complete version of autopilot is already in the market for sale, even though the features are not available. He's great at turning consumers into investors as well.
A man in Minnesota is blaming his car crash on Tesla's autopilot feature.
A Tesla sedan in autopilot mode crashed into a parked police cruiser yesterday in Laguna Beach, California, which is in Orange County.
Thousands of people in the Almaden Valley were without power tonight after a Tesla crashed into a power pole. There it is right there, sparking a fire. She was on automatic pilot when it happened.
Tesla's autopilot has been both a great promise as well as a huge headache for this company.
Teslas, they're electric vehicles. Fire departments are still figuring out how to put out a pure battery electric fire. The other question is how much Tesla's autopilot systems were involved in a crash potentially. This is frontier technology. People are trying to understand it, so Tesla is weathering a lot of scrutiny.
The other challenge with autopilot is the question of whether or not drivers were fully briefed, were fully aware of the limitations of the technology. Did drivers understand that this technology could be used in certain select situations? Or did they go into this thinking, I can take my hands off the wheel anywhere?
It's better cruise control. A true self-driving car would be one that I could say, go to the school, pick up the kids, and take them to riding. We don't even know how far we are from that. I don't know if you know that Roomba ships 2 million autonomous vacuum cleaners a year. I think at some level, the Roomba and the self-driving car are at about the same level.
Another thing that's challenging to them is the buildup of lawsuits. Any growing automotive company is going to see this, but Tesla is dealing with a pretty high volume of lawsuits, from small claims to stockholder litigation.
Elon Musk scoring a legal win, all related to a tweet he posted more than a year ago.
That Solar City deal remains controversial to this day. There's stockholder litigation against Tesla that alleges it was a bad deal that never should have happened.
So the fact that he survived the crash, but he made eye contact for them to save them, is haunting.
He built that plant in 10 months. That's extraordinary.
The future of any car company is inextricably tied to the future of the auto industry in China.
China is about 12 to 15% of Tesla's car sales globally, and China is a very exciting market for them. Their penetration in the auto, especially in the battery EV market, is still very, very low. So I think they can have a long way to go.
I feel a successful Gigafactory 3 in China would allow Tesla to shift much of the production for rest of world and maybe potentially even North America, if the economics make sense.
The Chinese customer loves the look and feel of the vehicle. Elon Musk is sort of a beloved character there, and it's a luxury brand in a market that values luxury brands.
Tesla is a company with grand plans, a grand vision, but they don't yet have the proof that Elon Musk and his team can get there consistently.
Look, can this company viably and economically make cars going forward? We believe the world's going electric. We believe that they're showing increasingly that they can make these cars profitably. That makes us feel modestly better about the stock longer term.
Tesla was like, it was like listening to a call from a real company that made cars and made money.
The stock price literally influences the future of this company. As long as there are enough believers and Musk can raise capital, I wouldn't count him out.
I don't think this is about Elon anymore. I mean, I think this is about what's going on in the market with cars. You know, consumers are going towards premium and sustainable solutions. They're willing to pay for that sustainability.
Tesla hitting an all-time high after reporting it delivered 367,000 cars last year.
Tesla today on track to open at a new record high. Company announces a program to build the Model Y SUV at its Shanghai Gigafactory, delivering its first China-built Model 3 cars to the public. And during that ceremony, if you haven't seen it by now, Musk expresses his joy by dancing on stage, proceeding to strip off his jacket, reveal a t-shirt with the cartoon of the factory.
The stock surging and posted its first ever back-to-back net profits.
Earning $2.14 a share in the fourth quarter. The estimate on the street, $1.72, so well above expectations there. Revenue also coming in better than expected at $7.38 billion.
In 6 months, Tesla has almost quadrupled, and dollar trading volume yesterday was a record for an individual stock.
I just can't believe this freaking stock. It's insane. This is a big separation from what, those of us like to pull out the calculators and look at reality.
The valuation is absurd. The balance sheet is a disaster. I don't think their total addressable market is big enough for the company to capitalize on. And sooner or later, those balance sheet obligations are going to come back to bite them.
He changed the conversation on Tesla from one about whether it can meet its obligations and meet its goals to one of what's the future? Is it going to be bulletproof pickup trucks? Is it going to be a factory in China that's spitting out hundreds of thousands of cars on its way to millions of cars a year? That's a lot of expectation and excitement for Tesla.
global warming is a very serious issue, and it's something that we have to address, and the only way to address that is to come up with a car that doesn't add carbon emissions to the environment. And I think the way to do that is with electric vehicles. Our goal all along has been to try to get the rest of the car industry to go electric, so it's extremely rewarding to see that the rest of the industry is going electric. This is great.
This is just the start for Tesla, and I think that when they really want to drum up demand for these cars, they can start turning on the burners and start to see results pretty quickly. We saw this with the Prius in California. Started off as a very California-centric car for eco-minded, middle-class people, and has spread all over the world now. But the Prius is not a sexy car. It's not really a desirable car. The Model 3 is a sexy car.
Tesla earning top marks in new crash tests by the Insurance Institute Highway Safety. The Model 3, the first of Tesla's vehicles to win that top safety rating. It's a bit of a vindication, we should say, for the company and for Elon Musk, which, of course, was accused of making some misleading safety claims by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Would Ford and GM and all these companies be producing electric cars if Tesla hadn't done it first and showed them how? He's pushed all these legacy companies to begin to innovate. That is a good thing. Tesla could die tomorrow. They could run out of money, they could close up and disappoint all of their investors tomorrow, and they would still have been a force for good on the planet because of all these legacy companies that they push.
Musk, it turns out, is a great CEO when he can get out of his own way. And that seems to be what he's doing.
If the Model 3 was Tesla's biggest turning point to date, there's so much that has to go right to make that car and the next batch of projects a success.
Oh my fucking God. Well, maybe that was a little too hard.
You know, I think there are a lot of things these days that are very difficult to predict. Tesla's probably easier to predict, and I still have no idea whether or not they're going to succeed.
If you look back 10 years from today to 2010, we will produce approximately 1,000 times more cars in 2020 than we produced in 2010. 8,000. So where will we be in 10 years? Very exciting to consider the prospect.
Today, when people think of electric cars, they think of, well, of course it's faster than other cars, it's electric. And that's because of what we did. We changed the way the world thought about electric cars as what they could be, and we restarted the EV revolution in the world. There were no car companies, at least of any significance, making electric cars when we started Tesla. And now they all are, every one of them.
Welcome to Texas, home. The home of Tesla. My name is Brandon Earhart. I'm the General Counsel and Corporate Secretary, and this meeting is going to be in two parts. First, we're going to cover the 12 items that stockholders have been asked to vote on, as well as any other matters that have been properly presented. Second, our founder and CEO, Elon Musk, will provide a presentation. During the course of the following sessions, we may discuss our business outlook and make other forward-looking statements. Such statements are predictions based on current expectations. Actual events or results could materially differ due to a number of risks and uncertainties, including those disclosed in our most recent 10-K or 10-Q as filed with the SEC. Such forward-looking statements represent our views as of today, should not be relied on hereafter, and we disclaim any obligation to update them after today. At this time, I'd like to thank members of the Tesla team and the board that are here in attendance. A representative from PricewaterhouseCoopers, Tesla's independent auditor, is also present. But before we begin, I'd like to introduce you to our board chair, Robin Denholm, who would like to say a few words.
Thanks, Brandon, and hello, everyone. As chair of Tesla's board, I am honored to welcome you all to our home, Texas, for our annual 2024 annual shareholder meeting. And when I say I'm honored to welcome you, our shareholders, I truly am. No other company in the world has such a diverse, engaged, and supportive set of shareholders as Tesla. No other shareholder base understands its company like you do, nor is as committed to Tesla's mission to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy like you are. It is a shareholder base whose interests the board are proud to represent. It is also a shareholder base that understands that in order to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy and a sustainable energy economy, Tesla needs to develop the most revolutionary technologies, not only in autos, but in energy and artificial intelligence as well. Our achievements this past year are steps towards fulfilling our mission. Some highlights include the Model Y becoming the best-selling vehicle in the world in 2023. Beginning deliveries of the much-anticipated Cybertruck, proving that the muscle and utility of a pickup truck can be electric and cool. And our energy storage deployments reaching an all-time high in 2023, with the deployment trend continuing in 2024. By using our products, Tesla customers avoided releasing over 20 million metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions in 2023. That is the equivalent of 51 billion miles driven by ICE vehicles, an increase of about 18 billion avoided ICE miles since 2022. But to continue the exponential growth in greenhouse gas emission avoidance, we not only have to get our products into as many customers' hands as possible, but we also need to increase the utilization of our products. And to help further with that goal, we released FSD Supervised, demonstrating that our approach to autonomy is scalable and that accomplishments in artificial intelligence, along with leveraging our existing production lines to get our next generation products to market faster, are essential to achieving our mission. We have made and plan to make further investments in hardware and software ecosystem to further advance our path to autonomy and set a course to realisation of robotaxis. But sustainability is not just about avoiding emissions. It needs to take into account the whole life cycle from the manufacturing of the product to the product's end of life. That is why we source responsibly. We design our manufacturing processes to use less water per vehicle than the industry average. And for the third year in a row, we power our supercharger network with 100% renewables energy. And we are also working to build a battery material recycling ecosystem, both internally and with others, to ensure that we are moving towards a truly circular economy for energy storage. In 2023 alone, we supported the recovery of enough battery materials to build 43,000 new rear-wheel drive Model Ys. That result is the epitome of a sustainable economy. While sustainability is our mission, we also have the goal of safety. Our cars are engineered to be some of the safest in the world, and we take real-world data from our fleet and our ability to push over-the-air updates to optimise safety for all our vehicle models. Our attention to autonomy also plays a role in our goal of safety. Based on 2023 data, Tesla vehicles with driver assist technologies engaged have only a one vehicle accident per 5.64 million miles driven. Compared to the US, yeah, I think it's worth clapping. Compared to the US vehicle fleet of one accident per 670,000 miles driven. So not only are you protecting the environment by driving a Tesla, you're also protecting yourself and those who ride with you. With another year of progress in furthering our mission under our belt, I want to take this moment to thank our phenomenal Tesla employees, whose creativity, hard work, and dedication are the source of our success. Yes, huge thanks. And as most are also shareholders alongside each and every one of you, I hope each employee takes pride in the role that you have played in Tesla's accomplishments. I am proud of you, and the board and I appreciate you tremendously. Finally, I want to remind our shareholders that your board is listening, and we are here to represent your interests. You are, yes. You are the owners of the company, and your voices, your perspectives, and your input are critical to us as a board and to the direction of the company. My fellow directors and I serve as your fiduciaries and oversee Tesla's mission, purpose, and strategy. with those responsibilities in mind. We continuously set the highest standards for ethical behaviour, corporate citizenship and corporate governance. You don't see the day-to-day work of the directors, but I can assure you this is a highly engaged board, and I would like to thank my fellow directors for their dedication, whether it be inside the boardroom, meeting with our shareholders, or working closely with our team members throughout the company. Tesla is unique. Thank you. Tesla is unique in how active and large our retail shareholder base is. And we hope you here in this room and our shareholders joining us virtually today continue to take advantage of our shareholder platform to enhance your engagement with Tesla. I want to give a special shout out to our small but mighty IR team and legal team and everyone involved in running this year's proxy campaign, both inside and outside of Tesla. There is still much to do, but it has galvanised us around the strong belief that the right things are always worth fighting for. Thank you. And now I'll hand it back. Thank you. Now I'm going to hand it back to Brandon. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. So I will now call the meeting to order. The time is now 3:40 p.m. Central, and I declare that the polls are now open. We have already received over the past few weeks voting proxies from our stockholders. However, if you wish to vote your shares at this time, you may do so through the virtual meeting portal, or if you want to vote in person, ballots and ballot boxes are available at the front. Tesla's board of directors has appointed Tony Cardidio, a representative of the Cardidio Group, to serve as the inspector of election. In addition, Broadridge Financial Services has certified that starting on April 29th, 2024, the proxy materials or notice of internet availability for proxy materials were mailed or provided to all Tesla stockholders of record on April 15th, 2024. We have a majority of the outstanding shares represented at the meeting, so I declare that there is a quorum present and that we may proceed with the meeting. The items on the agenda are as follows. There are 5 Tesla proposals. The election of 2 Class II directors, James Murdoch and Kimball Musk, to serve for a term of 3 years or until their respective successors are duly elected and qualified. To approve executive compensation on a non-advisory basis. To approve the re-domestication of Tesla from Delaware to Texas via conversion. To ratify the 100% performance-based stock option award to Elon Musk that was previously approved by stockholders in 2018. To ratify the appointment of PricewaterhouseCoopers LLP as Tesla's independent registered public accounting firm for the fiscal year 2024. Tesla's board has recommended that our stockholders vote for each of the 2 director nominees and for each of the 4 other Tesla proposals. We have also received 7 stockholder proposals that are described in the proxy statement. I would like to remind our stockholders that Tesla's board has prepared a statement in opposition to these proposals, which also appear in our proxy statement. So let's turn to those 7 stockholder proposals. The first one is an advisory vote regarding reduction of director terms to 1 year. Our board has recommended that our stockholders vote against this, as explained in the proxy. This stockholder proposal is proposed by Mr. James McRitchie, who has prepared a pre-recorded message.
Thank you. We presented a similar proposal in 2021. 55% supported it, even though the board put up a competing proposal, accountability every other year instead of every year. Neither received the required 67% of shares owned. 90% of the S&P 500 have a declassified board. Most institutional shareholders will again support our proposal. Join them. The recent Delaware court case identified 3 legal deficiencies at Tesla. Directors were not independent, the facts of the pay plan presented to investors were misleading, and the board failed to negotiate properly. A major part of the cure is declassifying the board so shareholders can hold directors accountable or submit their own nominations. Matt Mascardi of Free Float calls proposal number 6 the most important vote today, since it may enable investors to change the board, bringing new skills and professionalism. John Chevedden's simple majority vote is the other crucial vote. Another important endorser is Nell Minow, co-founder of companies including proxy advisor ISS. The Musk premium is already eroding. Tesla is Musk's liquid piggy bank since it's publicly traded. His other companies are not. Either he sticks around long enough to use our shareholder capital to fund his other ventures, or he shifts his attention sooner if we reject his pay package and turn off the money tap. Bite the bullet. Prepare for a future that doesn't depend on a superhero dictatorship. We need to transition from a board dominated by friends and family to one of expert independent directors in engineering, software, and other relevant fields. Musk is a genius. I'm saddened to see him focus his attention elsewhere, but it is happening. Don't let him siphon off more from Tesla. We need to transition to a more democratic Tesla that can attract customers, employees, and shareholders seeking a better world ahead. Again, vote for number 6 and 7. Declassify the board for accountability. Lower the voting threshold for more flexibility. Vote now before the polls are closed. Your vote can make a significant difference in our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McRitchie. As a reminder, the board's response was contained in our proxy statement. The second stockholder proposal is an advisory vote regarding simple majority provisions in our governing documents. Our board has recommended against and are set forth for the reasons in the proxy. This stockholder proposal is proposed by Mr. John Chevedden, who is on the line to present this proposal. Mr. Chevedden, I would like to invite you to speak. You will have 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Hello, this is John Chevedden. Proposal 7, simple majority vote. Shareholders requested the Board of Directors take the necessary steps so that each voting requirement in the Charter and bylaws that calls for a greater than simple majority vote be replaced by a requirement for a majority of the votes cast for and against such proposals, or a simple majority. This includes making the necessary changes in plain English. This Proposal 7 is the exact same concept that the Tesla Board of Directors supported at the 2022 Tesla annual meeting. The 2022 Tesla Board of Directors proposal then won 98% support from the Tesla shareholders who voted. And the Board of Directors version of this proposal would have been adopted earlier if the Board of Directors had only made a slight effort to encourage more Tesla shareholders to vote for their proposal. This simple majority vote standard proposal will help improve Tesla shareholder rights. Tesla now scores a dismal 10 in shareholder rights, with 10 being the worst possible score. The Tesla Board of Directors supported this proposal concept in 2022 and should do so today. Shareholder rights and a simple majority vote standard are all the more important when Tesla has a CEO, Elon Musk, who is threatening to give less attention to Tesla and is threatening to withhold advanced technology from Tesla unless he gets a $56 billion paycheck. Never before have shareholders been under such duress when asked to approve an outrageous $56 billion CEO paycheck. Plus, there's no promise with the $56 billion paycheck that Mr. Musk will devote any minimum percentage of his time to Tesla or pursue any minimum amount of advanced technology at Tesla. Russ Gerber of the investment firm Gerber Kawasaki said, I believe the Tesla board of directors is the most conflicted, least independent, and most incapable board of directors in the history of business. Please vote yes. Simple majority vote, Proposal 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chevedden. As a reminder, the board's response is set forth in the proxy. Our third stockholder proposal is an advisory vote regarding annual reporting on anti-harassment and discrimination efforts. Our board has recommended against for the reasons set forth in the proxy. This stockholder proposal is proposed by the New York State Common Retirement Fund as the lead filer, which has requested that Dr. Kristen Hall, as representative for Neo Impact Capital as co-filer for this proposal, present this proposal. Dr. Hall, I would like to invite you to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Dr. Kristen Hull of NEA Impact Capital. I'm here on behalf of lead filer, New York State Comptroller Thomas D. Paoli, trustee of New York State Retirement Fund, owner of Tesla shares valued at over $650 million as of March of this year. And I'm here as a co-filer of Proposal 8. The fund is a significant long-term owner of Tesla and has an explicit focus on investing in climate solutions. Longview Large Cap Fund, through its trustee Amalgamated Bank, AP7, and Arjuna join us in filing this resolution. Our firm name NEA means intention and purpose. We invest only in those companies we see building toward a better world, a sustainable and inclusive future. As the founder of NEA, I had been proud in our early ownership of Tesla. I saw the potential and the need for innovation in the automotive and the clean energy market space. However, when looking under the frunk, we find failures in workplace management, one of the most important components of any business. Employees need to be hired, trained, motivated, and engaged to do high-quality work. And we need those employees to be able to contribute to their top ability. To do so, they must feel both physically and emotionally safe at work. Investors are requesting the report outlined in Proposal 8 because workplace abuse, harassment, and discrimination have no place at Tesla. They can result in substantial costs, including employee turnover, increased absenteeism, and reduced productivity, as well as legal costs, all of which can impact shareholders' investments in the company. They may also lead to difficulties in recruiting high-quality employees, something that Tesla needs to remain innovative and at the forefront of a quickly moving technological landscape. We have expressed concerns about Tesla's workplace for years. And year after year, more harassment and discrimination allegations have emerged with few visible improvements in Tesla's people management policies or practices to assuage our concerns. Lawsuits and class actions before Tesla now involve thousands of employees, with allegations including repeated use of racial epithets by managers and employees, segregation and discrimination against non-white employees in job assignments, pay and promotion, and retaliation when employees report their experiences. These concerns are why I now formally move Proposal 8, requesting that Tesla's board commission an independent report on the effectiveness of the company's efforts to prevent harassment and discrimination within this revolutionary and innovative workspace. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Hall. The board's response is set forth in the proxy materials. Let's turn to the fourth stockholder proposal, which is an advisory vote regarding the adoption of freedom of association and collective bargaining policy. Our board has recommended against for the reasons set forth in the proxy. This stockholder proposal is proposed by SOC Investment Group, whose representative Tezel Patel has prepared a pre-recorded message.
Hello, I'm Tezel Patel, the Executive Director of the SOC Investment Group, and I hereby move Proposal 9, a shareholder proposal requesting that Tesla Board of Directors adopt and disclose a non-interference
Yo, what's up, buddy?
non-interference and collective bargaining policy that upholds international labor rights standards in its operations. This resolution was submitted with other co-filers, and we are concerned that Tesla's existing policy fails to clearly explain how conflicts between international and local labor law will be resolved, and because of clear indications that Tesla is not adhering to its current policy despite the operational, legal, human capital management, and reputational risks involved. We recognize that Tesla revised its global human rights policy in April 2023 to explicitly refer to the rights of workers to free association and collective bargaining, but these revisions were fatally compromised. The statement committing to respect these rights includes the qualifier in conformance with local law, rather than referencing the often higher international human rights standards, suggesting that Tesla respects these rights only as explicitly required by local laws. Numerous signs suggest that Tesla is not respecting its workers' fundamental rights. In Sweden, Tesla has faced months-long strikes and boycotts over what has been characterized as a refusal to bargain. Moreover, as part of its reporting on the situation, Reuters wrote that Tesla has a policy of not signing collective agreements, which, if true, would directly contravene the company's current policy. In Germany, Tesla faces allegations of refusal to bargain and poor working conditions. In the United States, Tesla has had adverse decisions by the full National Labor Relations Board and the U.S. Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals over labor rights violations. Just last month, the NLRB issued a complaint alleging that restrictions in Tesla's workplace technology policy served to unlawfully discourage employees from joining unions or acting concertedly. It is also relevant for shareholders to consider the broader human capital management risks Tesla faces, including reports of higher health and safety violations and injury rates than peers, and numerous lawsuits alleging of hostile work environments. Freedom of association and collective bargaining are considered enabling rights, meaning that they empower workers to effectively advocate for additional labor rights, including the right to a safe and healthy workplace free from discrimination. The adoption of a comprehensive labor rights policy that clearly articulates a commitment to non-interference, good faith collective bargaining, and adherence to higher international standards would help Tesla better mitigate these human capital management risks, as well as operational and reputational risks, like we are seeing in Sweden. Therefore, we urge you to vote for item 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patel. The board's response is set forth in the proxy. The fifth stockholder proposal is an advisory vote regarding reporting on effects and risks associated with electromagnetic radiation and wireless technologies. Our board has recommended against for the reasons set forth in the proxy. This stockholder proposal is proposed by Lendrell Purcell, whose representative, Dr. Devra Davis, has prepared a pre-recorded message.
I am Devra Davis, founder of Environmental Health Trust. I am speaking with you today on behalf of shareholder Lendrell Purcell regarding her proposal seeking an annual report on the risks from magnetic fields and wireless radiation in their products. I'm also speaking on behalf of millions of young children, infants and toddlers, and pregnant women who are more vulnerable to wireless radiation, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics. I'm the founding director of the Board on Environmental Studies and Toxicology from the National Academy of Sciences, and I've published more than 220 scientific articles on environmental health and have concluded, along with hundreds of other experts, that current exposures to non-ionizing electromagnetic fields, called EMF, constitute a serious and unrecognized public health risk. Tesla vehicles operate with a 1,200-pound battery that emits magnetic fields and also uses wireless equipment such as Wi-Fi and radar emitting wireless radiation. Tesla should provide transparent information on measured exposures and efforts to reduce them. The World Health Organization has concluded that both low levels of EMF and microwave or cellular radiation are, quote, possible carcinogens, the same category as some pesticides and gasoline. The companies that provide secondary insurance, like Lloyd's of London and Swiss Re, have long considered electromagnetic fields to be uninsurable, comparable to asbestos, due to potential health and environmental damages. Tesla shareholders have a right to know how the company insures itself against such risks. The fact that current levels may be legal does not mean they are safe. In fact, U.S. regulations were set more than a quarter century ago. It has been 3 years since the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia determined that the FCC had been, quote, arbitrary and capricious in its failure to consider all of the science and refusal to update wireless limits. Tesla has failed to inform consumers about the measured levels of magnetic fields and wireless radiation within the automobile or their other products. Infants and toddlers by law are strapped into seats to protect them during crashes, but they have no protection from EMF that can go more deeply into their thinner skulls. To mitigate risks for Tesla, the company could shield its vehicles and ensure wireless antennas could be easily turned off. Hardware and software changes can lower exposures generally. Tesla has developed extremely rigorous compliance and hazard screenings beyond regulatory requirements for certain toxic chemicals. Investors can encourage the company to take a similar leadership role regarding reducing EMF. It's time for the company to unambiguously compete on safety regarding wireless radiation and non-ionizing radiation emitted by its products. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. The board's response is set forth in the proxy. Let's move on to the sixth stockholder proposal, which is an advisory vote regarding adopting targets and reporting on metrics to assess the feasibility of integrating sustainability metrics into senior executive compensation plans. Our board has recommended against for the reasons set forth in the proxy. This stockholder proposal is proposed by Tulip Share Securities Limited, whose representative, Constant Ricketts, has prepared a pre-recorded message.
Good afternoon. Fellow shareholders, thank you for your time. I'm Constance Ricketts, and today I'm speaking on behalf of Tulip Share in support of Proposal 11, urging Tesla to integrate sustainability metrics, including diversity among senior executives, into executive compensation plans. This proposal calls for robust, quantitative targets and transparent reporting to both resolve executive pay plan controversies and ensure our company's long-term stability and success. Diversity and independence in leadership are essential for innovation and enhanced decision-making, while sustainability metrics in executive compensation reflect alignment with regulatory pressures, investor expectations, and responsible business practices. Despite 75% of S&P 500 companies incorporating sustainability metrics into executive pay plans, Tesla fails to do so. This is especially concerning given our mission to accelerate the world's transition to renewable energy. The recent ruling that voided our CEO's $56 billion pay package highlighted the need for fair and negotiated compensation plans that serve stockholders' best interests. Tesla's proxy statement does not offer substantive evidence of how the voided 2018 award harms stockholder democracy or how its ratification will cure prior deficiencies and lead to a different outcome. Likewise, the opposition to this proposal fails to show any evidence of an existing performance-based component integrated into the executive pay structure that respects established human rights due diligence processes and principles. Instead, it cites its human rights policy that is wholly unrelated to executive compensation and doubles down on the argument that the currently contested executive pay structure is the only means of motivation to achieve our company's mission. This commitment to the status quo essentially dismisses the ongoing controversies that Tesla must face and overcome, including softening sales, advancing competition, split focus in leadership, a 30% drop in stock price, reduced market cap, mass layoffs, human rights violations, and ongoing legal challenges. Tesla's executives absolutely should be duly compensated for innovative and successful business. However, stockholder democracy allows us to oppose demands like 25% control of the company and the largest pay package in corporate American history via further share issuance. We also have the right to vote for our leadership's compensation to be commensurate with financial and sustainability performance. This does not mean we do not respect our leadership's time, energy, and contributions. Quite the contrary, as it is our duty as stockholders to ensure long-term viability and success for our company.
Thank you, Ms. Ricketts. The board's response is set forth in the proxy. Let's move on to the 7th stockholder proposal, which is an advisory vote regarding committing to a moratorium on sourcing minerals from deep sea mining. Our board has recommended against for the reasons set forth in the proxy. This proposal is proposed by As You Sow, whose representative, Elizabeth Levy, has also recorded a pre-recorded message.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Elizabeth Levy, representing As You Sow, speaking on proposal number 12. We know more about the surface of Mars than we do about the bottom of the ocean. Even so, a new industry is moving forward to exploit the deep sea. We believe this industry poses risks to Tesla now and into the future. Deep sea mining is the process of dredging the ocean floor to extract battery-related minerals. It will indiscriminately destroy habitats and obliterate life in its path. Seabed mining could release carbon stores and toxic sediment plumes, poisoning marine food chains and disrupting sea life breeding and migration. The deep sea is complex and abundant with life. Its ecosystems are slow-growing and fragile, with little to no ability to recover from outside disturbance. Plans are moving forward to launch the process for commercial-scale deep-sea mining with or without regulation. Tesla's membership in the OECD and IRMA mining protocols does not resolve this issue, as neither currently applies to mining in the deep sea. Over 800 marine science and policy experts, 25 countries, 72 indigenous groups, and 48 companies are calling for a ban, moratorium, or precautionary pause on deep-sea mining. This includes Tesla's competitors BMW, Renault, Rivian, Volkswagen, and Volvo. Even General Motors has stated it does not plan to use deep-sea mine minerals. Our company's public stance on deep-sea mining matters. Tesla is the face of the EV transition, and its ambiguous position on deep-sea mining could drive investment in this controversial industry. Conversely, a clear stance restricting Tesla's use of deep-sea minerals can drive innovation in battery mineral tech, recycling, and circularity. With these technologies, even the most ambitious future EV use scenarios could be met without harming the deep sea. Tesla's failure to take a stand on deep-sea mining, combined with the fact that a former Tesla board director is now serving as a board member and special advisor to the CEO of the metals company, the very company leading the charge on deep-sea mining, raises concerns. Such a relationship appears to imply that Tesla supports the metals company in its deep-sea mining activities. Committing to a moratorium will clarify expectations and reduce reputational harm to the company, assuring customers and investors that Tesla will indeed wait until science shows deep-sea mining will not cause significant or irreparable damage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. The board's response is set forth in the proxy. Please note that now is the final opportunity to submit any votes in order for them to be counted. I declare that the polls are now closed. Based on the proxies that we have received and the votes submitted at this meeting, I'd like to announce the results on a preliminary basis. With respect to the 7 stockholder proposals, our stockholders have approved the recommendations of the Tesla board on all of them except for Proposal 6 regarding director terms and Proposal 7 regarding simple majority voting. Now moving on to the 5 Tesla proposals. First, our stockholders have approved the election of our 2 Class 2 directors, James Murdoch and Kimball Musk, to serve for a term of 3 years and until their respective successors are duly elected and qualified. Second, our stockholders have approved executive compensation on a non-binding advisory basis. Third, our stockholders have approved the ratification of appointment of PricewaterhouseCoopers LLP as Tesla's independent registered public accounting firm for the 2024 fiscal year. Fourth, our stockholders have approved the redomestication of Tesla from Delaware to Texas. Fifth and finally, our stockholders have approved the ratification of the 100% performance-based stock option award to Elon Musk that was approved by stockholders in 2018. The meeting is now closed, and with that, Tesla shareholders, let's welcome Elon Musk.
The goal is to give people hope that there is a path to a fully sustainable global economy, that we are on that path, that we are accelerating that path, and that so long as we don't get complacent about it, it will happen.
This was really the beginning of the end of the Tesla bubble. I actually think the company could go bust.
Tesla's Model Y is the world's best-selling car, beating out Toyota's RAV4 and its Corolla models.
Regarding FSD version 12, it's profound. The rate of improvement is rapid. It might be the biggest asset value appreciation in history when you can do unsupervised full self-driving.
I mean, that just sounds like a story stock, autonomous taxi. I mean, can you really balance your checkbook with, sort of pie-in-the-sky predictions like that?
If you ask the wrong question, the right answer is impossible.
My prediction is that a majority of Tesla's long-term value will be Optimus. And that prediction I'm very confident of. It's very rare a product comes along that is seemingly impossible, that experts said would never be made. And this is one of those times. Finally, the future will look like the future. People say, like, why'd you make it bulletproof? I'm like, why not?
Energy storage deployments, the Megapack in particular, reached an all-time high in Q1, leading to record profitability for the energy business.
This is the machine that builds the machine, and the factory is the product. And this building is the most advanced car factory that Earth has ever seen.
If you value Tesla as an auto company, it's just the wrong framework. If somebody doesn't believe Tesla's going to solve autonomy, I think they should not be an investor in the company. But we will, and we are.
Hey guys, welcome to the Tesla shareholder meeting. And I just want to start off by saying, hot damn, I love you guys. Yeah. We have the most awesome shareholder base. I mean, it's just incredible. Any public company, it's incredible. Wow. We've got a great sort of shareholder meeting here to recap the achievements of the company and tell you about where we're going. And it's, I think it's incredible. I think we're not just opening a new chapter for Tesla, we're starting a new book. Okay. So those of you who have been following Tesla closely understand, like you get it, you know? So like, the important thing is you get it. I mean, it's, where things are going, I think is just gonna be absolutely mind-blowing. You know, we're obviously making great progress in solving the sustainable energy problem, you know, with electric vehicles, with stationary storage, with solar, and then I think in terms of the value of the company, autonomy is just such a mind-blowing thing that, like I said, you guys understand, but I think most of the world does not yet understand. So, you know, in talking to a lot of the sort of the big institutional investors, when they're often in like New York and they don't drive cars, so I'll be like, have you driven our car? Or have you tried self-driving? You know, the version 12.3, and they're like, oh no, okay. Well, you should try it. That would be a good thing to do. And if you just plot the points on the curve of how well autonomy is progressing, and just believe the curve, it's headed towards unsupervised full self-driving very quickly at an exponential pace. If you just, yeah, it's, I mean, yeah, so. It's really as simple as that. And in fact, I'd invite you to just do it personally. Just say, okay, with each release, how many miles do you drive before you have to intervene? It's like literally that simple. And with each release, you'll see there's a big improvement, and it looks like an exponential. So, and it's very clear that will actually go to the point where it is actually far safer than a person driving the car. And I have some insight into, you know, the next releases, because we've got basically, for every release that's on the road, we kind of see what the next generation release is and a little bit about the release after that. So we have some insight into where it's going, and it's really amazing. No question whatsoever that will far exceed human safety. Yeah, no question. So, and I think, you know, I have mentioned this, but like sometimes it's like helpful to sort of reiterate and connect some of the dots, because sometimes people wonder, well, how do you go from this big fleet to actually monetizing the fleet in an autonomous situation? And it's actually a combination of like, it's like Airbnb and Uber to some degree. So like there'll be some cars that Tesla owns itself, it's kind of like an Uber fashion. But then for the fleet that is owned by our customers, it will be like an Airbnb thing. You can add or subtract your car to the fleet whenever you want. So you can say like, I'm going away for a week, at just one tap on your Tesla app, your car gets added to the fleet, and it just makes money for you while you're gone. Yeah. So you can say, you can add it to the fleet for a few hours, for a few days, for a few weeks. Whenever you want it back, you can say, come back, and the car will come right back. And I'm highly confident that it will far exceed the value, like the revenue made by the owner of the car will far exceed the actual monthly payment. And then Tesla will obviously take a rev share on that, but most of the money will go to the owner of the car, and this is actually going to work. This is what will happen. So I mean, mark my words, this is simply a matter of time. Now, admittedly, I'm a little optimistic sometimes. You know, so I don't have complete lack of self-awareness. But if I wasn't optimistic, this wouldn't exist. This factory wouldn't exist, you know? So. So, you know, that's what my brother, who's awesome, he's here, just got reelected. No, sorry, those things. So, it's like a little anecdote. Like when we were kids in school, my brother would tell me the wrong time for the bus so that I wouldn't miss the bus. And then I'd be upset with him, like, why'd you tell me the bus was going to come earlier than it was? And he's like, well, because otherwise you'd be late for the bus. This is an actual thing that would happen. So I guess I've been sort of pathologically optimistic from birth. But that's the reason all this stuff is happening anyway. It's like I got to be somewhat pathologically optimistic. But I do deliver in the end. That's the important thing. So, yeah, and it's really just going to be something else. And I mentioned this before, but like for ARC Invest, I'd recommend reading the ARC Invest analysis. That's the most accurate. There may be more accurate ones, but the most accurate sort of analysis of the potential of autonomy. The most accurate that I'm aware of is Kathy Wood's ARC Invest. And if I recall correctly, they predicted somewhere over a $5 trillion valuation for Tesla just based on vehicle autonomy, not counting Optimus. Yeah. Yeah. I agree with that. So I think just based on vehicle autonomy, we can 10x, more than 10x the value of the company. I believe that's what will happen. Hey, no, it's just what do you know? It's 4:20 p.m. I just noticed that. So, you know. So I think that's actually, I think that's pretty accurate. But it actually gets way crazier when you think about the Optimus robot, which is really a humanoid robot that is intended to, be able to do anything you want it to do, to be, your companion. It can be at your house. It can sort of babysit your kids. It could teach them, be a teacher. It can do factory stuff. I think that the ultimate ratio of, say, how many super useful humanoid helper droids do you want? Like, who doesn't want a C-3PO? But a C-3PO plus R2-D2 plus, plus. It would be pretty awesome. I think everyone in the world is going to want one, like literally everyone. And then there'll be obviously robots in industry, making stuff, and so I think the ratio of humanoid robots to humans will probably be at least 2 to 1, something like that. 1 to 1 for sure. So which means like somewhere on the order of 10 billion humanoid robots, maybe 20 or 30, and so then it's like, okay, well, let's say. You kind of make, let's say the build rate is, I think the build rate will be probably something ultimately like 1 billion a year, humanoid robots, like actually. And if Tesla just has a 10% share of that, and it might be a lot more than 10%, and there's, we make like 100 million Optimus units a year. For reference, the auto industry is roughly 100 million vehicles per year. So that, sort of similar ballpark, at least within an order of magnitude. And I think we could make one for a cost of maybe, at really high scale, of about $10,000. It's smaller, it'll be less expensive than a car. So, and I think if you sell it for $20,000 or something, this is at large scale volume,
Tesla would basically make about $1 trillion of profit a year from that. So, yeah. If the price earnings multiple is, say, I don't know, 20 or 25, something like that, that would mean a $20 trillion market cap from Optimus alone. And probably 5 to 10 from autonomous vehicles. So, like, I think it's actually conceivable, it's within the realm of possibility for Tesla to achieve a valuation 10 times that of the most valuable company today. So when I say this is like we're starting a new book, I mean, it's going to be the best book. Next level, next level. No, we need to make sure these robots are nice to us, and you know, that's very important. Yeah. So anyway, so with that, let me get into the presentation. Blah 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 blah. Oh man. I think it might be worth us just putting a word limit on future shareholder Tesla proposals. It's like you can't have like a novel length, you know. It's kind of